day 9 of the Grace Schara wrongful death trial. Yesterday we had an expert witness who basically argued with the plaintiffs, saying that no, hospital couldn't have done anything wrong. No, they didn't do anything wrong. It was, of course, it was COVID, and suggesting anything else is wrong. Then we had the regional director of the pharmacy say that they didn't require informed consent to give her these drugs. The drugs were given in the right dosages. That the hospital did nothing wrong. And then Nurse Ratchet came in at the end, and she's the one who, in my opinion, is the one who actually was responsible for this young lady's death. And due to her desire to, let's say, disagree with the father and the family, because the father disagreed with their COVID policies, as he rightly should have, they murdered her. That's my take on it, at least. I don't see this as malpractice. I don't see this as criminally negligent homicide. I see this as murder. My take is that they didn't like the father. They didn't like the daughter. As a result, they overdosed this young girl multiple times. And on the third time, they finally succeeded and were successful in killing her. So I think this is what occurred here, unfortunately. And I don't think we're going to get anything other than this lawsuit for justice.
That you have to stay up to date on clinical practices.
And here we go.
Yes.
And you have to stay up to date on medications and their uses.
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that you don't currently maintain a clinical practice. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And can you briefly describe to us what type of clinical practice before you started focusing on research?
I worked in several different outpatient clinical settings, seeing patients who had presented with acute problems. I oversee residents who work in ambulatory settings as primary care physicians, and help guide the care that the residents deliver.
And that's part of your current.
Correct.
So you're still in the clinical setting, but more as an attending physician, supervising and educating residents.
In the teaching capacity, yes.
And as a part of that role, that also requires you to stay up to date on clinical practices.
Yes.
Use of medications. Now you told us that you are involved in educating residents. Can you tell us a little bit about what, if any, academic appointments you currently hold?
Well, I'm appointed in the Berman Institute of Bioethics, in the Armstrong Institute for Patient Safety and Quality. I have a joint appointment in the School of Public Health, and a joint appointment in the School of Nursing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Let me back up a little bit, Doctor. As you tell us what your current academic appointments are, if you could maybe take each one and give us a thumbnail sketch of what your role is within that particular appointment.
Okay. I guess in the Berman Institute of Bioethics, it's a group of ethicists. Some are PhDs, some are MDs, some are nurses, and we, I guess, in that institute, I organized the seminar series and run a faculty development meeting. Is that the kind of thing you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. And then in the Armstrong Institute for Patient Safety and Quality, leading an effort to build a culture of respect within the health system.
You use the term bioethics. Can you describe for us what that term means?
It's the it's the study of, it's like an applied discipline of philosophy where you analyze moral issues in medical practice and the life sciences.
And within that category, does that include issues such as informed consent and do not resuscitate orders?
Yes.
And that's been a focus, or one of the focuses of your research overall.
The do not resuscitate orders, yes, was one of the first reasons.
All right, Doctor. You also list a couple of leadership roles in your CV. One is the co-director for the Center for Humanizing Medicine and Medicine. Can you tell us what that's about?
Yeah, that's related to this idea of building a culture of respect. So it's we have raised some money and we give out grants to frontline health professionals who have an idea for making the patient's experience better. So if they can apply for up to $1,500 and we give them those resources to do things like there's 25 different things like that we've funded, and we funded some research emergency medicine physicians who are trying to get to know their patients better as a person and figure out page with the physician with the patient we funded that work. That's what we do.
And Doctor, we've talked about your role as a researcher. Can you give us a broad overview of some of the areas in which you conduct research?
Yeah. So I think my interest in bioethics centers around respect, which you've heard me talk about. So this idea that every person has inherent value and should be treated that way. So that's my interest is in ensuring that that's how people are treated in health systems. And because of that, I've worked on my data collection around how doctors and patients communicate with each other and what the attitudes are that doctors have towards patients and how that might impact the quality of care that patients get.
And as a part of your research, you also publish peer review articles?
Yes.
I think your CV lists about just under 200 peer-reviewed publications.
Probably, yes.
Just we have a working definition, Doctor. What does it mean for a publication to be peer-reviewed?
It means that independent people read it and give criticism and say whether they think it's worthwhile to be published, and then you respond to whatever criticism they have, and then it gets re-reviewed to see if they still believe it's worth publishing, they would publish it.
And again, in general, can you give us a summary of the types of or the areas that you've covered in your?
Yeah, it's very similar to what I described as the topic of my research. So I do a lot of work, really audio recording encounters between patients and doctors and figuring out how to analyze those to see what are the most effective ways of communicating about this. So I have a lot of publications in that area. I have publications related to the way doctors think about patients and write about them in medical records, and the impact that might have on quality of care.
Your CV also references a substantial number of presentations that you've given. Looks like, I mean, are these just local presentations, or give us the scope of the types of, I guess, where you've been making these presentations?
Yeah, I guess throughout the country, and then also in Europe, a lot of places in Europe, not really Asia or Africa, but outside the country as well, so internationally.
And those presentations are on some of the same topics that you've published on and that you've been researching? You've never given testimony in a trial as an expert, is that right?
That's correct.
A little nervous?
Yeah.
All right, you're doing fine, doctor. You are being to put into this case,
Yes.
and I believe your hourly rate is $600.
Yes.
And I think your invoice to date are about $35,000. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And your fee to come here today and educate us on bioethics is $12,000.
Yes.
Now, doctor, you were retained by our office to review this case, and you were sent a number of materials to review.
Yes.
Can you give us a just brief description of the types of materials that you reviewed to prepare a report in this case?
Yeah. I reviewed the medical records from the hospital. I reviewed depositions from the plaintiffs, their expert witnesses, and many of the doctors, nurses, security guards from the hospital.
And after reviewing those materials, did you formulate opinions in this case?
Yes.
And did you then draft a report?
Yes.
Could you take a look at Exhibit 245? Could you identify that document for us, please?
Yes, that is the report that I drafted.
And doctor, to be clear, I want to kind of define the areas that you're going to be offering opinions on in this case.
Okay.
You are not here today to offer any standard of care opinions regarding the care and treatment of Grace. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're not here to be offering any opinions as to the cause of Grace's death?
That's correct.
You're here to address the issues of informed and DNI, DNR orders.
Yes. Yes.
So let's talk about a few things that have come up in this trial. One of them is the concept of a post order.
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with post orders?
Yes.
Can you just kind of give us a thumbnail sketch of what the purpose of a post order is?
Yep. It's stands for the physician orders for limiting life-sustaining treatment, and it is a more specific than a do not resuscitate order. So it might include things like resuscitation, like whether a patient wants that or not. Also intubation, but beyond just the do not intubate or do not resuscitate or the DNI, DNR, it could include things like someone doesn't want to go to the intensive care unit, or they don't want dialysis, or they don't want nutrition. So it covers a range of things that you would try to meet someone's goals for how they wanted the end of their life to go.
I'm just backing up for a second, Your Honor. I don't believe for admission of Exhibit 245. Matt, you can take it down. Back to the post form, doctor. In this case, the context of this case, we're not talking about a post order when we're talking about
No,
And the standard of care did not require Dr. Schokar to complete this order with regard to the DNR order in this case, is that right?
that's correct.
Talk a little bit about informed consent. In your report, you discussed the principle of patient autonomy. Can you
Mhm.
elaborate on that for us a little bit?
So the idea of respecting patient autonomy means that you respect their right to self-determination. So if somebody doesn't want something done, you wouldn't do that for them, basically.
And in terms of this overall case, I think one of the initial issues is the initial hospital admission. After reviewing Grace's medical records and the deposition testimony, did you come to a conclusion as to whether consent was given for Grace to be admitted to the hospital?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your conclusion is based on?
The consent was given for Grace to be admitted is, I think, based on the fact that they did get admitted, that they went into the hospital and they didn't leave. So in that sense, I think there's some consent. It's based on the fact that in Mr. Schara's testimony, he reported that he did give consent for Grace to get admitted. And based on the fact that somebody spoke to Grace and got a verbal consent to be admitted to the hospital.
And how do you know that there's apparently a conversation and then verbal consent by Grace?
It was documented on a form.
And that form was in Grace's medical chart?
That's correct.
Based on what you know about this case from deposition testimony and your review of the records, there was an exception made for Mr. Schara in terms of hospital policy and the hospital. Did you see that in the records?
Yes.
And from an informed consent standpoint, you understand that at some point Mr. Schara was asked to leave the hospital because of a COVID-19 infection? Yeah. From an informed consent standpoint, doctor, did any of the physicians taking care of Grace up until the time that he was asked to leave have an obligation under informed consent to inform him that he may need to leave the hospital if he has an active COVID-19 infection? Why not?
Well, it was widely known during the COVID-19 pandemic that people with COVID were not allowed in the hospital. So I can't imagine that anyone would have anticipated that he would have not understood that.
You referenced the concept of implied consent. Can you explain that concept to the jury?
Basically, it's when someone presents to for care, they are submitting themselves to get treated. So you have the assumption that they are agreeing to get treated. So someone comes to the emergency room, or if someone, you're going to draw someone's blood and they are holding their arm there, it is implied that they are agreeable to that intervention because they have sought it out.
And would that include routine medications to address symptoms or other conditions?
Once someone is hospitalized, it includes things like routine medications and tests and such.
So, the concept of routine medications, perhaps I'm going to ask you to define that, and maybe the best way to do it is to go back and tell us what types of procedures, treatments, etc., actually need an informed consent discussion.
Yeah. So informed consent, so probably people have encountered this in health situations. So if you're going to have surgery or if you're going to get anesthesia, you would undergo an informed consent process. So that's a clear example of when informed consent happens, where it's like a written document and someone sits down and they go through systematically, this is the procedure you're having, these are the risks, these are the potential benefits, and then you sign. That's like a formal informed consent procedure. It happens for surgeries, it happens for anesthesia, it happens for any other types of invasive procedures, like central lines. And in fact, I think Grace did have a PICC line placed, and there was an informed consent in the medical record for that. And then there are other things like blood transfusions, experimental medications, where our convention is to get a formal informed consent process for those types of things. Mostly everything else considered routine.
And overall, in the concept of informed consent, is there an exception to the necessity for informed consent for emergent situations?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because you can't wait to get consent if you're responding to an emergency. So I think the safer thing is to assume that somebody would want you to help them if they were having an emergency, rather than wait informed consent. There's the least harm done by operationalizing the practice that way.
And in those situations, doctor, who is in the best position to determine whether a given situation is emergent? Would it be the doctor that's bedside?
Yes.
In your review of Grace Schara's medical records, did you become aware of the fact that sedative medications were administered to Grace?
Yes.
And one of those medications is a medication that goes Precedex. Are you familiar with that medication?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I guess it's commonly used in intensive care units settings for sedation, particularly when people are intubated, but also sometimes when they're not and they're having respiratory distress.
You don't actually order Precedex.
I do not.
And so is your familiarity with the medication based on what we talked for, your requirements to remain board certified, your teaching duties, and et cetera?
Yes, from probably both the efforts that I take to remain board certified. So keeping up with the literature and answering questions and learning what's new. So by sort of being in hospitals and in a teaching role, I don't order it, but I'm familiar with it through that.
And based on your familiarity with the medication Precedex, do you have an understanding as to whether in the context of informed consent, Precedex is a medication that needs informed consent?
No, it does not. I have never heard of that.
Is Precedex in an ICU setting considered a routine medication?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the medication lorazepam?
Yes.
And can you tell us how you're familiar with the, well, let me back up. Have you prescribed lorazepam
Yes.
in the context of your clinical practice?
Yes.
And you're familiar with familiar with that medication based on your clinical practice? Yeah. And also again in your continuing education plays a role in understanding the medication lorazepam and how it's used in a clinical setting?
Yes.
Based on your education, training, research, and your practice when you're in a clinical setting, have you come to an understanding as to whether lorazepam as a medication would be considered routine in an ICU?
Yes, it is routine in an ICU.
And as a routine medication in the ICU, it would not require informed consent.
Correct.
Doctor, have you ordered morphine in the context of a clinical practice?
Yes.
And similar questions, doctor, have you maintained an understanding of the medication morphine and how it's used through your continuing research and your teaching duties?
Yes,
And doctor, based on your education, training, experience, and research, have you come to an understanding as to whether morphine is a medication that is routinely used in setting?
it is routinely used.
And as such, wouldn't require informed consent?
Correct.
As it applies specifically to this case, did the standard of care require that an informed consent discussion occur before Dr. Schara ordered administration of either morphine or lorazepam on October 13th, 2021?
No,
Do you have an understanding as to whether Dr. Schara ordered that Precedex be administered to Grace?
I believe he did not make that order.
And as he did not place the original order, did he have any duty under the standard of care as it applies to informed consent to have additional informed consent discussions pertaining to Precedex?
No,
And why would that be?
well, because informed consent wasn't needed for Precedex in the first place, and because he didn't order it, and he would have assumed, we never get informed consent for medications that have been started by somebody else.
We talked a little bit about the exception for emergencies, and I want to apply what you said specifically to this case. As it applies to the case in the events of October 13th, 2021, was Dr. Schara in the best position to determine whether Grace's condition was emergent?
Yes,
And if Dr. Schara determined that Grace Schara's condition was October 13th, 2021, did the standard of care require that Dr. Schara obtain informed consent for either lorazepam or morphine?
it did not require informed consent
And that's because it's a routine medication and it's an emergency?
for both of those reasons.
So let's go back to DNI and DNR orders. Doctor, have you personally been in a situation where you do not resuscitate or do not intubate discussions with patients or family members?
Yes,
So do you have an understanding based on your experience, your research, your teaching, as to what the standard of care requires of a doctor having a DNR discussion with a patient or patient's advocate when the individual is an inpatient in a hospital?
yes.
First of all, why is determining and documenting a person's code status in a hospital setting?
Well, there are, as you can see, there are people who don't want to have intubation and don't want to have resuscitation. Usually that occurs when somebody is terminal and they might say, this is not the way that I want to die. But because it is also, both of those are invasive procedures, they are the types of things that we would get in, we would want to get informed consent to make sure that the person is undergoing that's consistent with their wishes.
And you may have touched on it, but how is code status important to hospital staff taking care of a patient? Why is it important to them?
Well, I guess they have to know what to do if an emergency occurs.
So it guides them in terms of what interventions they can engage in if a person undergoes
Has a cardiac arrest, or it provides them guidance how to deliver care that's consistent with the patient's wishes.
And in a situation where there's a DNR order in place and an individual has a cardiac arrest, would it be a breach of the standard of care for someone to intervene based on the scope of a do not resuscitate order.
Yeah.
And in a situation where an individual has a do not intubate order in place, would it be a breach of the standard of care to intubate that patient knowing that that order is in the patient's chart?
Yeah,
And why would those be breaches of the standard of care?
because you would be doing something to someone that they had said they didn't want.
And again, we're in the context of a hospital setting, more specifically an ICU setting, doctor. Does the standard of care require that a witness be present when a physician is discussing a DNR or DNI, again, in an inpatient setting?
Not at all.
Why not?
Because if you required there to be a witness, then you wouldn't be able to respond to what people want as efficiently as you can. So we explicitly teach people that you don't need a witness because you want to make sure that if there's no barrier between having a conversation with someone where they say, this is something I don't want, and then just because you don't want there to be like an administrative hurdle between that and if they then had a cardiac arrest and you hadn't had a chance to have a form signed or have a witness, we just don't, that's just not the standard. We make it as easy as possible for people to express their wishes and have them enacted.
And does that concept apply whether the conversation is directly with the patient or it's occurring with the patient's advocate?
Yeah, it's the same.
Does the standard of care require that a document with the signature of the patient or patient's advocate be included in the patient's chart when the individual is an inpatient?
Sorry, say that again.
Sure. Does the standard of care require that there be a document signed by the patient or patients in the patient's chart when the patient is inpatient?
No.
Why not?
I think for the same reason I just said, it's the similar rationale as the witness that we teach doctors. If you have a conversation with someone and they've expressed their wishes, that what you need to do is you need to document the nature of that conversation, just as Dr. Shokar did in the medical record, and that serves as the primary method of communicating with the rest of the team what people want. And if they do want a do not resuscitate order, then you put that order in as efficiently as you can.
And again, in the context of an inpatient setting, doctor, does the standard of care require that a bracelet be placed on the patient?
No.
So in general, how would hospital staff be advised or be aware of the fact that a patient has a no code status?
There's an order in place, and the nurses would all know because when they would get sign out, they would talk to each other and hear, okay, this is what this person doesn't want. Pretty prominent piece of information that we convey from one clinician to the next, and it's documented through the order.
Now, doctor, can you give us a overview and maybe some specifics as what exactly is required in a DNR or DNI conversation in order to meet the standard of care?
Yeah. So basically, you would want to explain to the patient or the patient's surrogate what the nature of the clinical situation is, that how somebody's doing clinically, and then what the decision is that they may need to make. You describe, the intervention, the intubation or resuscitation, or what it is that, you will or will not do depending on their wishes. And then you would chance to ask questions, and once they made a decision, help them make a decision and that's consistent with their values, and then write it in the medical record.
All right, doctor, let's now take a look at the notes by Dr. Shokar over 12th and 13th and apply that framework, okay? Matt, I believe it's 219, the 1012. You have that in front of you, Doctor?
Yep.
All right. Given the criteria that you've just given us, can you kind of walk us through that note and explain to us how Dr. Shokar's conversation on the evening of October 12th met the standard of care?
Okay. So he starts out explaining that that her oxygen saturations have deteriorated, and so despite doing everything they can besides intubation, they're still having trouble keeping her blood oxygenated. So that's the setup for why they're now approaching this conversation. Let's see, next he talks about calling and speaking to Grace's mom. Then he's deferred to Scott. So then he says he had a call with Scott and a family conference regarding the best and worst case scenarios if BiPAP at max settings are ineffective. So he's basically saying, if we can't keep her oxygenated with non-invasive methods, what would you like us to do? So he's explaining the clinical situation. He talks about answering all the questions, spending 60 minutes, and then he, I think, importantly says they didn't want to decide at that time. And he said, I did implore the importance of deciding as early as possible, given her deterioration throughout the day. I think he's conveying there that he's telling them this is very urgent. And then he also goes on to say that if she's not going to get into, he discussed the fact that the cardiac arrest, there's futility in doing CPR compressions if they're not going to intubate. And that all parties seemed to understand, and they were going to come back the next day.
Based on what you discussed in your review of this note, Doctor, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of probability in the field of medical ethics as to whether this conversation on October 12th, 2021 met the standard of care?
I think it did.
Next, Doctor, I want you to take a look at Exhibit 219.
222. You mean, because I just looked at 219.
222.
Okay.
Page behind. It's Friday. That has been. Doctor, you want to take a second to review that note, and when you're ready to discuss it, no.
Okay.
All right. Again, using the construct that you gave us as to what it meets what the type of conversation or what's in that conversation that's required to meet the standard of care. Tell us what you see in that note.
Okay. So he's again starts off explaining her clinical status, and then that he talked to the family for half an hour to an hour. He says that they reported to him that they had deliberated after their conversation the day before and decided not want Grace intubated. He then discussed that CPR resuscitation was futile in the setting of not intubating, and they agreed to not pursue resuscitation via CPR or defibrillation in the event of a respiratory arrest leading to a cardiac arrest. So he conveys what their decision was there. And then he also says that they would continue all care with the goal of improvement. They still were hoping that she would get better, but that they didn't, but that if she didn't, they weren't going to intubate or resuscitate her.
Doctor, in the paragraph right above objective, what does Dr. Shokar note about answering questions?
All questions were answered.
So again, based on your experience, your education, and background and your review of this note, did this conversation on October 13th, 2021 meet the standard of care as it would apply to a discussion about a do not resuscitate order?
I think it did.
And is that an opinion that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical probability in the field of medical ethics?
Yes.
Now, doctor, does the standard of care allow for a patient to enter a DNR order unilaterally based on futility?
A physician, you mean? Patient. I'm sure. It allows for a physician to enter the DNR order based on the futility rationale, which is that if a resuscitation wouldn't work to save the patient, it wouldn't achieve the goals that would.
Based on your review of the records and the deposition testimony in this case, is it your opinion that that's not what happened here?
Right. I don't think that's what happened here. I think it could have, but that's not what I think happened.
Based on your review, do you believe that the DNR order in this case was entered based on the consent of the Schara family?
Yes.
And is that an opinion that you hold to a reasonable degree of medical probability in the field of medical ethics? Doctor, have all the opinions that you've offered today been to a reasonable degree of probability in the field of medical ethics?
Yes.
Thank you, doctor.
Podium over. No, Kevin will do it. Gives him an opportunity to. Do you want your papers, Attorney Guzzi?
Yeah.
I do not, Your Honor.
Endell Hall, you're going to take
Yeah,
cross-examination?
thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Beach. We'll wait just a second for that. You know, Dr. Beach, this is a very, very special situation that we're dealing with here. You know, and you weren't here to see what a special girl this was. And all her capacities, she drove on the property. She played the violin. You know, she really, really loved her family. You could see that in the evidence that's been presented here. And you know, her dad was, you know, very concerned about his daughter. You know, they were going to go to a wedding, and you know, she had the sniffles basically. But because they were going to a wedding, and it was the height of the Delta panic, went out and got a test, and she did come positive. So I want to fill you in on this background a little bit in terms of whatever your opinions are here. So as a very a doting dad, I would say, he bought an oximeter and saw that her oxygenation was under the 90%, under like 88%, and then he took her to an urgent care. And at that point, they said, you know, Grace could go. You could take her home. That was their analysis. But there's something called a D-dimer. And I guess under COVID, there's this D-dimer thing that happens. I have to set this up. I don't think she knows the information.
Long setup, but
I know.
sounds like a closing argument.
I'll move it on.
But if you can
I,
get to the question.
I'm about a sentence or two away.
Okay.
But when she went, when he took her, and I just want to make sure you understand the context of your answer, because when he took her to the ER, even at the ER, they said, you can take her home. And, so this wasn't someone coming in. This whole week, everyone's talked about severity of the COVID. Well, this wasn't so severe that he couldn't take her home that day. So that's the context up here. I think that there's an assumption being made about, about what COVID was doing with this girl. But I'm going to jump right to something that you said. So he takes her to the ER, and obviously they want to get her checked out. And you said Grace gave consent. I guess I need to explain one more piece of context here. We've also heard from the family that Grace, operates about the age of an 11 or 12-year-old child. I'd like your opinion. Was she competent to give consent?
So I think competent is a legal determination.
It is.
And she had not been declared in any way incompetent to give consent legally. So in a hospital setting, if we have someone who's legally competent, we make an assessment whether they have the capacity to consent, which is a situational dependent circumstance. So I think that there's a presumption of capacity unless you have evidence that someone doesn't have capacity. And having Down syndrome doesn't mean that someone couldn't have capacity to give consent under certain circumstances. So I do think that it's not inappropriate to ask Grace, to explain to Grace the recommendation was, and to get consent from Grace for hospitalization. That being said, I wasn't there, so I don't know what the assessment of capacity looked like. But I guess I'm just saying that I couldn't say off the bat that talking to Grace about this wasn't was wrong, because I think it could have been quite right if she had capacity.
Yeah. It's interesting to me. First of all, I guess let me follow up on that. You didn't see any evidence in the medical record that anyone talked to Grace, though, did you?
Well, I did. Someone signed and said that Grace gave verbal consent.
Right, I saw that too.
Yeah, but no, there's no documented discussion.
And you know what? You talk a lot in your writing, several of your articles, and there is something that I find that you do that's very interesting, and basically it's when somebody writes something in the record that it essentially gaslights that patient for the rest of their stay. Is that a correct interpretation?
That can happen.
Yeah. One of the things that was oddly written in her record was that she was deaf. She simply wasn't deaf. So it's not appropriate for someone to put deaf on a record unless they have a basis for it, is it?
No.
And could that affect, do you think, that she was classified as deaf? Could that affect maybe how she was treated during the stay?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, your answer about the verbal consent, her having the capacity of a 12-year-old in terms of her functioning in society, to me, you kind of gave sort of the legal right away, but isn't there something beyond legal there with someone who's functioning at a 12-year-old standard? And I guess I'll ask it this way. Shouldn't the doctors just use common sense to understand that this person's not of capacity?
A couple things. One is, of course, people should use common sense.
Yeah.
I think that since we weren't there and we don't know what the nature of the discussion was and what Grace agreed to, it would have been common sense to not take her wishes into account. I think if she expressed agreement with getting hospitalized, again, there's a presumption of capacity. But the other thing is, this is not the only reason why I think that there was the hospital admission. I mean, it's one of several things. And the other being that they got admitted and Mr. Schara was there with them when they got admitted.
Oh, I understand that. I think my expectation was that you would rely on Mr. Schara instead of Grace's consent. Let me go back to this. As someone who functions about the level of a 12-year-old, and actually it depends on what domain she's operating in. Some of the domains Scott said 7-year-old, sometimes a little better. But when someone comes in who's Down syndrome and has some of these issues, what arrangements do you think? Are there any special arrangements that the hospital make for her?
I mean, I think well, most of the time when we're not in COVID, we have patients, family members come and stay with them, and we try to keep family as much as possible. I think during COVID that wasn't done for most people, but I think in this case, Grace was functioning at a 12-year-old or variable level, and she did have Down syndrome. There was an accommodation made to have Mr. Schara there.
And that really, I think if I took my grandchild who's 4 into the hospital, and I was granddad, I'd want to stay there, and I would be absolutely enraged if they tried to throw me out.
Too.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
And I think that's I think for someone who's functioning at a 12-year-old level, I mean, that's different than just having a visitor, right?
Right.
Okay. Someone who's functioning at a 12-year-old level, they really should have a parent there or some kind of advocate there at all times, right?
Well, ideally, but during the pandemic, there were lots of people who were so sick that they weren't able to advocate for themselves or make decisions, and we still didn't have visitors in the hospital. So it's better to have a family member there. But during the pandemic, there were lots of times for many reasons that we didn't allow it.
Yeah. Well, I feel very badly if anyone is indicated. I think they ought to have an advocate. But I want to stay specific on Grace, because we're not talking about an adult who's unconscious and has no family to help them, and the hospital won't let them visit them. Though that happened in hundreds of thousands, maybe of cases in this country. What we're talking about is someone with the capacity of a 12-year-old. Shouldn't they always have someone there if they're acting in the capacity of like a 12-year-old?
I think it's better if they have someone there.
Okay. From an ethical standpoint, I think it's unethical not to have somebody there. Would you agree with that?
No.
No?
Here's why. Because the problem is that the ethical dilemmas occur when there's compelling reasons why one thing should occur that compete with compelling reasons why something else should occur. So there are compelling moral reasons why Grace should have had a person from her family with her.
Right.
There were also compelling reasons why it could not be Mr. Schara, because he first developed COVID-19 for one, and also was interfering with care, and also was abusive to the nurses. I think he was asked to leave because he had COVID-19, but there were like several reasons why I think the hospital had justification to ask him to leave.
Sure, and certainly I think we all understand that COVID would be one of those, but this is not Schara. What this is really about is Grace. And I guess, the family was very protective of Grace.
Yes.
She really had never been out of, she'd never been left alone in her life before. And one of the ways they tried to be very protective of Grace is they had a power of attorney. I hope this, that Scott was a power of attorney, and he may have been inappropriate, he might have had COVID, but his daughter didn't have COVID, Jessica, and she wasn't ever inappropriate with anybody for any reason. I don't think anything, and you saw the record about Jessica. Right?
No, that's right.
Yeah, so my question is this, I'm talking about Grace now, not Scott. Scott's not relevant to the question.
Mhm.
Who's relevant is Jessica and Grace. And do you know why?
Do I know why what?
Why Jessica's relevant here?
Why don't you tell me what you mean?
Okay, I will. Jessica is power of attorney. Shouldn't the hospital have immediately made sure this person who has the capacity of a 12-year-old, Grace, that Grace should have had an advocate come in immediately to replace her dad, especially someone as sweet and as Jessica. And
Your Honor, counsel's continuing this pattern of testifying.
I think your question was, shouldn't the hospital have taken measures to get somebody else in? And I think the suite, as Jessica,
I'll strike the word sweet. Yeah.
So the question is, should the hospital have found someone to replace Mr. Schara?
Absolutely.
I think it was the hospital's responsibility to find someone to replace him. I do think that they allowed someone to come and replace him.
I'm sorry I didn't quite hear that. It is not I think you just said, just correct me if I'm wrong. The hospital has no responsibility at who else could be an advocate, no responsibility to replace him, right? Is that what you said?
I said it is not their responsibility. I guess.
Not their, I think that means the same thing, doesn't it?
Sure.
You know, I guess I do look at this a little differently because we agreed there's 3 people in the power of attorney, including Jessica. And I think the issue is this: the family did take responsibility to have other advocates available, didn't they?
Yes.
So in that context, shouldn't the hospital have worked with the family to get one of those advocates in there, Jessica, who wasn't sick with COVID?
Did.
Okay. Ooh. Do you know how long it took for her to get back in?
Was it a day or 2?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that it took, some legal threats by a lawyer from the family to the hospital to get her in?
I didn't review anything about that.
So it took a while. I think it was the first absence with Grace with no one there, no advocate there. I mean, that was over 30 hours. And I guess when you've lived your life surrounded by family and friends, never alone, wouldn't that have a real impact on Grace's mental status to, for the first time in her life, be in a hospital with alarms buzzing everywhere, people thinking she's deaf? I saw no evidence in the record that anyone talked to her. Wouldn't that cause a
Counsel's continuing to testify.
it's appropriate.
okay? Wouldn't person Grace? Well, I guess you tell me, what kind of mental situation do you think would be going on with someone like Grace at that point?
Opinion on what somebody else is thinking.
She's an expert.
Go ahead.
I think I remember the note from after Mr. Schara left the hospital describing Grace as calm. I think that my recollection of the record in terms of Grace's mental well-being was that she was quite calm during the period she was alone. And I also, although it may have said she was deaf somewhere in the record, I also saw lots of notes that indicated that she would nod in response to questions. So I don't think people were not talking to her. I think people were talking to her. I don't think everybody thought she was deaf, but that's just my impression from reading the notes.
Do you think she was calm because of sedation? Did you review that record as well?
I did. I don't think that she was more calm because of sedation after he left, but I'm not gonna, I don't want to represent that as like my expert, and because I wasn't reviewing the record for that.
Even once Jessica got to the hospital after the 30 some hours away, with Grace being there alone, do you remember, did you review the record about what happened once she actually entered that hospital?
Yes,
So you're aware that they actually didn't treat her as an advocate, right?
I'm aware that they continued to call and speak to Mr. Schara. So I think that everyone still assumed that he was the power of attorney to represent Grace's wishes.
It's a real problem, isn't it, when people look at records sometimes and make assumptions off of them. Jessica was an advocate and was there, and you know what they did with her that first day, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
They kicked her out at 7 o'clock as if she were just a visitor, not an advocate for someone with the capacity of a 12-year-old. Was that an ethical decision to kick her out and treat her just as a run-of-the-mill visitor?
Well, I don't think it was like fully unethical. I think they thought she was maybe thought she was a visitor and asked her to leave. I think that the care team continued to call and speak to Grace's family about Grace's care so that there was an opportunity for her family to be her advocate despite not being right next to her.
Yeah, I guess I guess I feel a little differently, and I'm going to ask if you agree with this. Having someone by your side, and I think we heard that Jessica would lie down in the bed with her, and they would play and joke and laugh just like sisters do. That's really an important component of healing, just to have somebody there.
I think it's wonderful to have somebody there.
Yeah. Let's move on a little bit. You're aware, I'm sure they've gone over the episode with Precedex on the 7th, is that right?
That's right.
So you know that she was over sedated, and you know also that Nurse Haynes recognized there was a real problem back, right?
That's correct.
And then the next day, there was a really very different scenario that happened, much more important and life-threatening to Grace. Are you aware of that?
Referring to bradycardia and hypotension?
Yeah, that occurred on the 8th. You saw that in the record, right?
Yes.
And again, they had, that at that point they had dialed up the Precedex again, correct?
Correct.
So now in the first 2 days of her care, a lady went in for supportive care. I think it was steroids and oxygen. Now they'd hit her twice with over sedation and then really a true life emergency on the 8th. What do you think of how the hospital handled that?
Objection, hopefully brought. Overruled. Go ahead.
I mean, I'll give you my opinion, but also with the caveat that I'm not here to as an expert on the medical care. But I think that from my understanding of Precedex, there was a dose range that it can be delivered at. There are it's titrated with to have the best effect to help the person be calm and breathe while not causing the adverse effects. So it's like a balancing act. And because Precedex is known to cause bradycardia and hypotension, there are parameters written when the order gets entered to monitor for those things. And if when one of those things occurs, to correct it and adjust the dose so that you could try to stay within the range that maximizes the benefit of the drug without having one of those adverse effects. I think that because we write those orders with the titration parameters embedded, it's because we expect that one of those things could happen. It's not that unexpected for bradycardia to occur, and we have ways of correcting that, which is what they did.
Yeah, but it actually did then require informed consent for Scott to insert the PICC line, didn't it?
To insert the PICC line, yes.
Yeah, and other thing that we've heard testimony this week from Scott and others is that the hospital never informed him that his daughter was reacting to Precedex in a very dangerous way. Did you know that?
Consider what happened to be very dangerous in the same way that I think you are implying. I think that she was in a monitored setting and it was corrected. The bradycardia was corrected easily, and then she was back in the range where it was safe.
What actually happened, I think you'll agree with me, they had to use resuscitation drugs in combination. I think they were atropine, and that helps get the heart started and going, right? And then norepinephrine, what does that do?
They both increase the heart rate and
Right.
raise blood pressure.
And then dopamine as well. And
Raise
I think
blood
the
pressure.
well, and it also, doesn't that help perfuse the organs and let the blood flow out to the organs as well?
Like dopamine is the blood pressure. So by that, yes, it diffuses the organs.
Gets it out to the
Mhm.
organs. If she hadn't been given those drugs, she'd have died, right?
No, I don't necessarily think she would have died. I think if they had shut the Precedex off, she probably would have corrected on her own, but I don't know that for sure. I think having her in a monitored setting is that we can correct.
But here's my question from an ethical standpoint. You know, obviously, Grace had a real sensitivity to this Precedex. And we kind of could see in the record where that sensitivity in, right?
Well, I wouldn't have described her as sensitive to the Precedex. Again, I think it is expected. It is common for people to, have bradycardia that require dialing back the Precedex and giving medication. So I don't think she was particularly sensitive.
This is another ethical thing that I'm kind of pondering right now is, when somebody, she's had 2 reactions to Precedex, and we actually knew the level where that started. I think it was 0.7. Did you see that as well?
I did.
You did. So why on the 13th and the 12th even, the dose and the problem with all, do you agree with this statement? All medications basically are, we can all die if we get too much of a dose of almost any medication, right?
Yeah, most, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, even water, we can, the dose, we call it dose dependency, right? So you can go to a certain level of dose of almost anything, and you're gonna, it's gonna hurt you. And I guess that's what I'm getting at here is when the hospital knew that a dose above 0.7 hurt her on the 7th, why? And then they knew again on the 8th because they had to resuscitate her. Why wouldn't that cause an ethical dilemma in terms of their future use of Precedex? In other words, they're not talking about generalities. Now they're not talking about patches. They're now talking about Grace. This young girl has had 2 major problems with this drug. Shouldn't the hospital have looked for some alternative drug?
Well, a couple things. One is I don't consider them major problems in the same way. I also think that there aren't that many alternatives because their hands were tied. Her oxygen level was low. She was having trouble breathing. There was only a certain number of things you can do before somebody would need to be intubated. And Precedex is one of the more safe options.
I know you unfortunately weren't here this week, but have you looked at Dr. Burdine's opinions on this?
I have.
I mean, one of his opinions is she was having trouble breathing because Precedex, lorazepam in combination were causing metabolic acidosis, which was causing the breathing problem. And that's, I mean, obviously, did you see that?
I saw that he said that.
Yeah. So it maybe wasn't COVID that was causing the breathing problem. It was the drugs, correct?
No, I don't. I disagree with that.
Yeah. Let me ask you another thing about these drugs. And this is something that also concerns me a lot because you may have lorazepam here, and your testimony really is that all of these kind of drugs of daily common use, you don't need consent once you've entered that hospital door. There's no more need for any consent for these drugs, correct?
There's no need for separate informed consent for those drugs. Yes, correct.
And there's no, you agree that there's no consent needed for even a powerful opioid like morphine, correct?
Correct.
The other thing is when you have these drugs, lorazepam, Precedex, and morphine, they have a potentially synergistic effect. That means that they could enhance how something could be caused just because you're getting 3 drugs at once, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And that could cause a problem as well, right?
Are you speaking about these 3 drugs in the Grace's case, or just in general about giving 3 drugs that do the same kind of thing?
We can do it. You want to answer?
I think in general, in theory, sure, the idea that you give 3 drugs that have a similar effect could potentiate each other, and depending on what they were, cause a problem. I think that the 3 drugs here were the problem that Grace had.
Let me ask you, and this is really, Your Honor, this is, I think, my last question. When they were able to resuscitate her on the 8th, they could have resuscitated her and used atropine, norepinephrine, and dopamine on the 13th as well, correct? Instead of morphine, correct?
No, they were in a different circumstance at that point.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
A couple of questions. Dr. Beach, there's discussion about, patient advocate, POA, patient. From a clinical and ethical standpoint, is the focus on the patient and what's best for the patient?
Yes.
And so in a situation where the patient advocate is ill, or is interfering with medical treatment or causing conflict, is that in the best interest of the patient?
No,
And in that situation, is it within the standard of care where these things are happening for the family to remove or ask that individual to leave?
for the hospital too, yes.
Conflict is not good for patients, is it?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
Attorney Francoyak,
Have nothing, Your Honor.
Attorney Mendenhall.
Just one last question. Isolation is not good for patients, is it? That's a
No,
yes
it
or no.
depends on, sometimes it can be. If it's being used to protect the patient from getting sick, like after a bone marrow transplant, isolation is good for patients. I think in general, in a room is not great.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Anything, Attorney Goodman? No further questions. Do members of the jury have questions for this witness? I see one hand. Okay, so we'll circulate these questions, and as soon as we get done with these sets of questions, the attorneys will have a chance to follow up, and then we'll take a break and start the second witness after the break. So as the attorneys are looking at this, just to fill you in, and maybe you can talk about it during your next break and let the bailiff know, is the next witness is going to be, from what I understand, a little bit longer than this witness. So it'll be, an hour and a half, and we'll take a break, but then it might be another half hour or so after that. And my thought in addressing that is not to give you an hour lunch in between, but just to kind of take another 20-minute break and have a sandwich or something for you in there, and just see if that's okay, if you'd like your normal full lunch and then come back. But if we're only going to come back for a half hour or so, my thought is, why take an hour break, and you guys can all get on with your weekend earlier. So if you don't have to pass a note around and get the vote before you go out, but just talk about it in the room and then let the bailiff know. The question is the following, Dr. Beach. Mr. Schara had asked to be made aware of what Grace was receiving. In your opinion, was not telling him or not telling other power of attorneys about these drugs in line with the ethics you've laid out? Not talking about informed consent, just about telling the patient or power of attorney.
Oh, I think that if someone has asked to know what medications they're getting, then I think ethically you want to tell them what medications they're getting.
And that question was from juror 386, marked as exhibit 565. Follow-up questions, Attorney Guzzi?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Beach, you reviewed Grace's entire medical chart,
Yes,
and based on your review, were you able to determine whether communication is occurring between medications?
yes. I think probably every written by a doctor and many of the notes written by a nurse said that the treatments were discussed with the family.
Thank you, Doctor.
Attorney Franco, yeah.
Just one question. We can agree that nurses do not have a responsibility to obtain informed consent or discuss medications with patients, true?
Nurses don't have a responsibility to do informed consent. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Attorney Mendenhall, anything?
No, thank you very much, Dr. Beach. It's
Thank
nice to
you.
meet you.
You too.
Do any jury have additional questions? Right, there are none. Dr. Beach, you may step down. Thanks for your
Thank you.
testimony, and you're free to leave. At this point, members of the jury, we'll take your morning and we'll get you back in here as soon as you're ready, which is typically going to be about 20 minutes. So we'll see you then. The jurors are excused. All right, everyone may be seated. I'm going to receive Exhibit 565. Anything else that we need to discuss before we take a break? From anyone? Okay,
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
good. About next week. You guys agree that we don't want to give the case to them at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
I think, this case, and I know it's you that, right? I think this case deserves thoughtful and thorough preparation, closing arguments, and obviously a thorough deliberation. And I think how the way things shake out, to me, that means, we have them come in the morning. We do our closings and then they deliberate. That gives counsel time to prepare. And because we're going to be, I think, it sounds like we're going to be busy at verdict form jury instruction for a while.
Right. So, if Monday we do your 3 witnesses and maybe they spill into Tuesday, and then we have rebuttal, my thought is if we finish that on Tuesday night or it spills into Wednesday morning, that we just use Wednesday to do it. Maybe we just give them off on Wednesday as opposed to telling them to come in at noon. True, and we can get feedback. I'm not trying to give anybody an advantage. I'm trying to be respectful of what you want and not us sitting here being, I was planning all along to probably meet with you guys on Sunday. I hadn't brought it up, but my thought was if evidence is coming in on Monday and Tuesday, we can do our instruction conference on Sunday. See the facial expression. So, but once I heard that Mr. Schara is going to testify in rebuttal, because there's a lot of issues that deal with the pending issues, I think I'm going to have to listen to his rebuttal before I decide any of those things. So probably isn't beneficial to meet on Sunday if I need to wait until after that. But if he were to testify on Tuesday, say we get done Tuesday night or Wednesday morning early, just say Tuesday night, if we can just use it to get ready, and if we're done by noon, then you guys can do your stuff on Wednesday afternoon and bring them in on Thursday. And I thought that would be better than starting, at 8 o'clock, I read instructions, 9 o'clock, closing arguments. And I haven't asked how long closings are going to be, but I imagine it's going to be 3 or 4 hours combined. Mr. Mendenhall, you just gave like a 10-minute closing and one question. So.
No, I think it's going to be an extensive close.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be rushed on it. I want everybody to feel good. So if we were to get them the case by noon or early afternoon, on Thursday, well, whatever day we get to that, but instead of getting it to them at 4 or 5 at night.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. They get it at 4 or 5, they may do that.
Oh, they will, right?
Yeah,
And
we've been here for 13 days. Whereas if they come fresh in the morning, good night's sleep, day off.
either a day off or a partial day off, depending on how long that rebuttal is going to be.
I think that's a good point.
Back, your thoughts on that?
Your Honor, that sounds fine. I mean, we have the time and we have some flexibility depending how long the witnesses go. I don't have a problem with that.
Plaintiff, yeah, Attorney Fleiter.
This is kind of adjacent, but if we do have a conference on Sunday, I guess we'll know before today, right?
Need to now be, because it's going to go Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. My thought was if we're going to finish the testimony on Monday, then we'd have had that conference on Sunday, because then we'd bring them in on Tuesday morning and do the day that we were just talking about. If it's going to spill into Tuesday with you're bringing back Dr. Burdine and Nurse Eichinger.
Possibly we're doing on that act right now.
We may not have any rebuttal.
Okay, so if you don't have,
Very limited rebuttal.
and if that's the case and we finish on Monday night or early Tuesday, then the plan changes, right? Then we would do our conference on Tuesday and bring them in on Wednesday morning. So the idea would be just to start in the early morning with them with instructions and then closing arguments.
I think that's the plan, whether it's Wednesday or Thursday, I think that makes sense.
And then with that in mind, then maybe and that's why I said I'd like those instructions by Friday at noon or maybe Saturday if you can get those to me by Sunday night, just email the group and then we'll just file them. Don't do the filing because I don't typically see them for like 48 hours. So you can email and I'd appreciate it just to start working it through. So it's a good plan. We'll see everybody in, why don't we say like 22? All right, we're adjourned.
Hospital shill, although I think that some of her testimony is going to work against the defense in this. And she was another God complex narcissist, even attempting to correct the lawyer a couple of times, as far as a witness is concerned. So I think this worked more against the defense than for them. One interesting thing that she said, according to the records, the family asked for the DNR and that there is documentation of that. But specifically, it looks like Grace asked for DNR, yet there is no indication that a discussion was ever had. So it looks like the nurses outright lied and wrote that into the record, which to me is even more proof of guilt of murder than anything else. How could they mark it as Grace said DNR when, one, she doesn't have the mental capacity to do that, two, she had power of attorneys everybody knew about, and three, there was no conversation with her, even though they noted there were conversations with the father and the mother about this stuff, and they specifically noted the DNI order and not DNR. So to me, it looks like they very purposefully put that DNR in her record without anyone's consent, which, again, this is where we get into potential criminality. I think this is an issue that is going to come up in their closing statements. They barely touched that on the cross. It also looks like we may end the day a little bit early today. Next week looks like there might be some spotty coverage because some of those hearings that they're going to have in the middle with going back and forth on jury instructions may not be televised. So this stream will be live whenever the court is live. So we're going to go on to a short little break right now. Doesn't look like we're going to do a lunch break today. We're just going to do a couple of short breaks and then adjourn for the afternoon right after what the normal lunchtime is. So we'll see you guys in a little while.
CV 345, and the jury is coming in. All right, everyone may be seated. Told by the bailiffs that I think you guys would like 25 minutes. And so at the next, we'll do a 25-minute break. And that'll be at like 11:15. So we'll take an 11:15 and then the bailiff will do similar what he has done in the, I think the past lunch yesterday. And we don't have to advertise that to everybody else. At this point, Attorney Frankowiak, you have the next.
Yes, Your Honor. The hospital and Nurse McGinnis would call Nurse Julie Davis.
Okay,
She's right outside. I'll go grab her.
thank you. All right, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand, the clerk is going to swear you in.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please have a seat. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Julie Davis, Julie Davis.
Attorney Frankowiak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Davis, you are a registered nurse?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand that you've been called to provide some expert nursing opinions in a lawsuit filed by the father of Grace Schara, who was a patient at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start off by inquiring, Nurse Davis, are you being compensated for your work in this case and the time you spent developing your opinions?
I am.
Okay. Can you just detail for us generally what your rates of compensation are?
So I have different rates based on review the material versus testifying here. And then there's a rate for travel time as well. So I am paid $135 per hour to review records, deposition transcripts, policies, any other information that they provide me. Testimony for a deposition or a trial is $250 an hour. And then there is travel time at $95 an hour.
Okay. Thank you, Nurse Davis. Do you handle billing and things like that, or do you leave that to someone else administratively?
Yeah, I don't, I submit my time via an invoice and then they go ahead and from there. So I just submit the work that I've done.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. I'm handing you a copy of what we marked as exhibit number 306. Are you familiar with exhibit 306?
I am.
What is exhibit 306?
TV.
Okay. Does this document you've mentioned as your CV set forth your education, employment history, and professional accomplishments?
It does.
Okay. Can you just provide the jury with a brief description of your educational background, if you would?
Actually, before I was a nurse, I was a high school teacher. So my first degree is from the University of Georgia in social science secondary education. So I taught high school for a number of years and then decided to make the switch to nursing. So I went to Georgia State University in Atlanta and obtained my BSN, and I've been practicing ever since.
You are a registered professional nurse?
I am.
And what is that?
So what that is, I'm a registered nurse in the sense that I have a license to practice nursing in the state of Georgia and part of the nurse compact license. So any state that's part of that compact license. The professional part of that would mean that my license is in good standing and I'm actively working.
Could you practice in Wisconsin if you wanted to under that license?
Yes, Wisconsin is part of that nurse licensure compact.
Okay. You are certified as a critical care registered nurse or CCRN as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that?
So that is additional certification that I obtained. I've been working in the ICU for 10 years now, and this is additional certification that kind of showcases my expertise within critical care medicine.
Okay. What does it take in order to obtain that certification?
So first and foremost, I have to be in good standing with my licensure and the Georgia Board of Nursing, which I am. Secondly, I had to apply for testing. They recommend that you have at least 2 years of experience so that you can apply that knowledge to the test that you're going to take. And then you sit down and take a really hard exam. And then if you pass that, then you obtain your certification.
Now, you are also ACLS or ALS certified? What does that mean?
So ACLS, ALS, they're kind of used interchangeably. That is additional training above what would be called basic life support, BL. What BLS would be understanding like compressions in kind of an emergency situation. ACLS or ALS, that's kind of the advanced training above that. So if somebody was to be in cardiac arrest, recognize symptoms of stroke, and being able to intervene, knowing kind of the algorithms, the medications, when shocks are delivered, aftercare. So it goes beyond what basic life support would require.
Nurse Davis, are you currently employed?
I am.
By whom are you currently employed?
So my main employer is Piedmont Healthcare, which is a system in the state of Georgia, but I also do some work in clinical education for a company called IQVIA. IQVIA?
Yes.
Yeah. So it is a consultant group that places nurses with different supply companies. So I go for a company called Neon Coden, and what they do is they make the monitors that you see in certain hospitals. So the ones that take your vital signs, the ones that would do continual EKG, telemetry monitoring. And so I'm what they call a clinical educator. I go and I train nurses and different staff members how to use the equipment.
Capacity are you employed with your medical employer?
With Piedmont Healthcare?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a staff RN with Piedmont Healthcare.
Okay. Can you just give us a brief idea of your duties and responsibilities in that role?
So my main role as a staff RN is to be a bedside nurse in the ICU. Take an assignment when my shift starts, and for 12 hours, I'm taking care of the patients assigned to me. And that can be a variety of things that includes medication administration, treatments, procedures, help with activities of daily living, hygiene care, any of the above. In addition to working as a nurse, I've taken on responsibilities of being a nurse preceptor. So that would be a new nurse, either just to our unit or a new nurse to the profession, kind of help them through their orientation process, kind of mentor, train, guide them as they become a more confident nurse. And then from time and again, I have the responsibility of being the charge nurse as well.
How long have you been an ICU nurse, essentially?
10 years.
Okay. Would you just provide the jury with a brief background of your employment experience in terms of the hospitals you've worked with and the jobs you've done in the field?
Sure. So when I graduated, I was first employed by a hospital called Grady Healthcare, which is in downtown Atlanta. It's their level 1 trauma center. So for 2 years, I worked in their medical ICU and their surgical trauma ICU. Atlanta tried to get to me after about 2 years. And so I ended up transferring out to a hospital that was a little close to home. I lived out in the suburbs. So starting in 2017, that's when I began my employment at Piedmont Eastside in their medical ICU. I stayed there for 5 years from 2017 through 2022. During that time, I took on what we call a PRN role, which is the definition of that just means as needed, with a local hospital called Northeast Georgia. And I worked in what is called their PACU. That would be the surgical recovery. So when you come out of a surgery, I would be there to help monitor your recovery as you wake up, stabilize, and transfer out. So I did that on a PRN role. Additionally, during 2021, I took on a travel assignment in the state of Georgia. The PRN role that I just referenced with surgery during 2020 and 2021 was very limited. The number of surgeries that people were conducting during the surges of COVID were very low. And so that work really wasn't available to me. And so I was looking to kind of supplement, and I found a contract for a travel position in Augusta, Georgia. So for 6 months in 2021, I went and worked 3 shifts at Augusta and then came back home and did my shifts at Piedmont Eastside, both in ICUs and in particularly a closed COVID unit in the Augusta hospital. Then in 2022, we moved to the other side of Atlanta, and I was able to transfer within the system to a hospital that was closer to our new location, which is called Piedmont Mountainside, and that's currently where I work.
Have you provided hands-on nursing care for ICU patients suffering specifically from COVID-19?
I have.
Okay. Can you describe the extent of your experience providing nursing care in an ICU context, specifically to individuals suffering from COVID-19?
So, I mean, COVID-19, we definitely had surges in 2021. We would get patients coming in the ICU. They're the most critical. If they weren't as sick, they would go to a medical floor. So by the time they got to us in the ICU, they were extremely critical. So we were managing them on multiple levels. Different respiratory therapies such as BiPAPs, ventilators. We were managing multiple IV drips, sedations, vasopressor drugs to try to support things like blood pressure. We were doing feedings. We even had patients that we would sometimes have to chemically paralyze in order so that they could be synchronous with the ventilator. Managing a lot, and all these patients as well. I mean, in addition to the medical management, you're doing just general care for a human that you're taking care of. You're helping bathe them, clean them, turn them, provide just general care for the patients.
In October of 2021, was there a particular strain of the COVID virus that was prevalent?
The one that we were seeing was the Delta variant.
Are you familiar with the signs and symptoms of patients who are experiencing COVID infection?
Yes.
Can you just give us some ideas of the kind of things that you would see with someone with a severe COVID infection?
So some of the most outward signs are going to be shortness of breath or difficulty in breathing. You're going to notice if you put them on a monitor that tachypnic, which is the phrase meaning that they're breathing faster than normal. And more often than not, their oxygen requirements are going to be increasing.
Are you familiar with some treatment options that were utilized in the care of COVID patients in an ICU setting?
I
am. Can you just explain to us what those might be?
So medications for sure. So that could include anything from steroids. That would include anticoagulants, so a medication to try to help prevent the formation. If the patient was running fevers, we would give medications to help support the fever. IV fluids, and then of course other supportive cares that would include like respiratory management.
Have you reviewed the medical records pertaining to Grace Schara's hospital stay at St. Elizabeth Hospital in October of 2021?
I have.
And have you developed opinions relative to the nursing care rendered by the nurses at the hospital?
Yes. Sorry.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm handing you what we previously marked as exhibit number 305. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
And what is it?
A report I authored.
Okay. And does that report set forth a description generally of the opinions that you've developed in this case?
It does.
Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about those opinions, and we'll talk a little bit about the medical along as well. One of your opinions dealt with some of the medication administration for Ms. Schara in the hospital. Are you personally familiar with the administration of medications that are common to the ICU settings?
I am.
And are you familiar with those pursuant to your experience, a 10-year experience in the ICU?
through my experience in training and education, yes.
Have you read the reports of plaintiffs' experts, including Nurse Eichinger?
I've read Nurse Eichinger's report, yes.
Did Nurse Eichinger offer any opinions contending that any member of St. Elizabeth's Hospital nursing staff failed to comply with the standard of care relative to the administration of medications in the ICU?
She did not.
From your review of Dr. Burdine's report, did Dr. Burdine offer any opinions contending that any member of the hospital nursing staff failed to comply with the standard of care relative to the administration of medications in the ICU?
My review of what Dr. Burdine authored was more limited to his deposition testimony, and I did not see any criticisms of the nursing care for medication in his deposition.
Do you hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing certainty as to whether every nurse who administered medications to Grace Schara while she was in the hospital in October of 2021 met the standard of care with respect to the administration of those medications?
Yes, I believe they did meet the standard of care.
Are you familiar with specifically medications known as Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine?
I am.
How are you familiar with those medications?
Because I routinely use them and administer them in the ICU setting.
Been the case for the entirety of your time and your experience in the ICU?
It has.
Were those medications particularly used in the treatment of COVID patients in the ICU?
At times, yes.
Okay. Have you personally administered each of those three medications in concert while treating your own COVID patients?
I have.
Okay. Nurses do not prescribe or order medications for patients?
Yes, that's correct.
As a nurse in the ICU, that would not be your role?
No, my role is not to order. I don't prescribe. I can administer medications, but I do not order or prescribe them, no.
And a nurse in the ICU would administer a medication to a physician's order?
Correct.
Based upon your familiarity with the medication, and certainly if you can't speak to this, let me know, but what is Precedex?
So plainly put, a sedation medication that would be given via the IV.
And is that medication titratable?
It is, yes.
Okay. And in terms of your experience as a nurse in the ICU, have you titrated that medication personally?
Yes.
That's something that you do frequently?
Absolutely.
Something you do frequently to the present day?
Yes. I've done it within this calendar month, yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain what it means to titrate a medication like this?
So titration would mean that when the physician ordered the drug, they give you a range of where to start it at and what the top level that you could give it at would be. So you can go anywhere kind of in between there. And when they draft the order, they give kind of a goal to obtain. So with a drug like Precedex, we were working towards what we call a RASS goal. So RASS is a way of measuring how agitated or sedated a patient is. So a RASS goal, for example, with this Precedex order was for -1. And that would be just very kind of drowsy, a chilled out state. That you could still talk to the patient, they could still move, but we don't want them agitated. So -1 would be a drowsy state. And so with your goal of a RASS, you go up and down on the medication until you kind of find that sweet spot, so to say, because every patient's different. And so you kind of work with your medication parameters to try to find what is the best dosage for them to achieve your goal.
Are you familiar with the term or the phrase to effect?
Yes.
What is titration to effect?
Kind of what I was just alluding to make adjustments to the medication dose until you get to the point where you've achieved your goal.
Your Honor, may I approach? Thank you. This matter. Have you seen that document before?
I have.
What is that document?
This looks like the medication administration record or the MAR for Precedex.
Matt, can we put this one up on the permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Nurse Davis, feel free to look at exhibit number 25 as we go along here.
Okay.
We've seen this document on a number of occasions throughout the trial, but I want to ask you a couple questions based upon expertise as someone who actually has titrated this medication in a clinical setting, because I think you have some experience that I don't have and that perhaps most other people in this room do not have. I'd like you to look up at 2200 and at the 22:20 hour mark. It looks like the medication or the titration was begun at 2200 hours on the 7th of October. Would that be correct according to this record?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like it was begun with a rate change of 1 or 1.0. Do you see that? Okay. And then about 20 minutes or so later at 22:20, the nurse, it looks like, changed the rate from 1 to 0.7. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, testimony in this case from plaintiff's pulmonologist, Dr. Burdine, who called this titration downward from 1.0 to 0.7 to be evidence of some type of what he called an overdose. Do you agree with that contention?
No, I don't.
And why not?
Well, this is a titratable medication. The nurses stayed within the parameters that they were given. If you can see underneath there, it talks about that they were at a RASS of -3. Again, our goal is the -1. So the nurse is recognizing that the current dose is not meeting our goal. So we need to make an adjustment. So to go and make this adjustment to try to the goal and the parameters that are set is absolutely appropriate. It's not indicative of an overdose, in my opinion.
Does this type of thing happen fairly frequently with the use of a titratable medication like this?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the reason why they give us titrations instead of just say index at only X rate. That's why they give us a range to make adjustments for the medication so we can do that if necessary.
And is Precedex used particularly in the ICU?
Frequently and commonly, yes.
And it's used in the ICU because ICU level of care permits greater, I guess, ability to follow and monitor a patient for a medication like this.
One of the things you want to keep in mind when you're on a medication like Precedex is that the most common side effects could be that your heart rate could slow down and your blood pressure could lower. And so the reason that it's given in an ICU and not on maybe a medical floor is because the patients are on continual monitoring. We're frequently checking their blood pressure. They have a monitor that I can watch their heart rate in real time consistently so that you're able to intervene if necessary and keep an eye on your patient status.
Okay. And actually that segues into my next question, because we look at exhibit number 25 and it looks like then we move from the 7th of October to the 8th. Looks like there's another titration. The titration went from 0.7 to 0.8, and then later in the morning of the 8th went from 0.8 to 0.9. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And there's been some testimony in this case that on the 8th, some preparations were in fact administered to the patient, including things like atropine and norepinephrine. You had mentioned those earlier. Those are those common medications that are typically used in conjunction with Precedex in order to kind of find the balance you're looking for therapeutic effect?
Yeah, if needed. They're tools, medication in our toolbox. I mean, with any medication you give, you want to kind of weigh the pros and cons, and the pros of giving Precedex for a patient like Ms. Schara, that's going to outweigh the fact that now maybe you have a lower heart rate or a blood pressure. That's why we give the medication that we have, such as norepinephrine and atropine, to work against that. Yeah.
And have you seen the administration of medications like atropine and norepinephrine in order to help, I guess, support a medication like practice?
I have.
And do you consider that generally a routine intervention that's done in the ICU to help manage a patient who is on Precedex?
Yeah, I would consider it a common way to treat it. Yes.
As an ICU nurse, would that be concerning to you at all if you found that a patient who was receiving a medication like Precedex did indeed have some pressors administered in order to help find that, like atropine and like norepinephrine?
No, it wouldn't concern me.
In this case, we've had some testimony once again from plaintiff's pulmonologist, Dr. Burdine, that Grace once again experienced an overdose on the 8th, as he called it, because those pressor drugs were administered on that day. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do not.
And why not?
Because once again, this is an expected reaction that you would have. As part of our training, when we learn about drugs such as Precedex, you learn about potential side effects. And so the nurses knew that this was something that could happen. That's why she's on a monitor. That's why the drugs that they gave to combat this were so readily available. So it was something that they were aware of and knew what to recognize.
Okay. You had mentioned that you have, for example, served as a preceptor for nurses.
Yes,
And does that mean that you've served kind of like as a teacher of other nurses in the ICU?
I have.
Is this the type of thing or the type of knowledge that you would teach or impart to nurses in terms of maybe sometimes you're going to need the administration of pressors when you're administering a necessary drug like Precedex to help a patient handle their agitation?
Yes. There's a reason why when you're first in the profession, on day one, they don't just give you an assignment and say, good luck. You go through a whole training process because you can see these things happening in real time, in real situations, and have somebody there to help explain to you, this is why we do this way, this is what we look for, this is how we, handle these situations. So that's part of the training process for an ICU nurse, yes.
And would you expect any nurse in the ICU who actually hands-on titrates Precedex, and that there may indeed need to be the common and accepted application of pressors with the use of this drug in order to maintain the right balance?
Yeah, I would expect them to understand the signs and symptoms and how we would treat it if it came about.
Are you familiar with the concept of a patient being naive to medications?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So that would mean that the patient is a non-habitual user of a medication, and so they don't have much experience receiving it.
Oh, can that change over a period of time as a patient receives a medication, perhaps over a period of days?
Potentially, yeah.
And what would be the effect of that when one is at first naive to a medication, but then is later no longer naive to that medication?
Well, that would affect your titration. So the doses that I'm giving you, as you maybe become more adjusted and tolerant to it, then I might not have to make as frequent adjustments to the medications. I might not have to go up as high or down as low, that you're tolerating the medication.
Is there sometimes, for example, where you might require a little medication towards the, say a week or so after you began receiving it, than you would have when you first got it because you're more tolerant?
Yeah, I mean, the clinical picture is constantly changing. I mean, it can change day to day, sometimes even hour to hour for a patient, the hospital, your course can change. So absolutely over time, you would make adjustments to the medication. I mean, you're treating the patient in their current situation.
Okay. That does lead to my next question, because we've had an opinion from Dr. Burdine that the titration of Precedex to any amount above essentially 0.7 constitute an overdose. Do you agree?
No.
Does that go back to the concept of titration to effect?
Or just even titration in general. I mean, there's a reason that when these medications are researched and ordered and prescribed, that they give us a range. If there was one set number in stone, once you hit that, that's it, then the order parameters would reflect that. But because this is a titratable medication, no, you titrate to effect, as you alluded. You're using your patient, their presentation, their response. That's your guiding light to manage this medication.
As I understand it, you're looking for a particular therapeutic effect, as you indicated, the level of sedation you're looking for that would be best for your patient.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
So will you then choose the level that you titrate to in order to achieve that effect, rather than aiming for a specific number? You're aiming for the therapeutic effect you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm aiming for the goal rather than what the number on the pump says.
And if the goal you're seeking requires a titration to 0.9 or to 1.0 or to 1.1, you would do that because you're seeking for the specific therapeutic effect rather than a number on paper.
Correct. If I'm within my titration parameters, I'll make the adjustments as needed to help my patient. Yes.
Have you formed an opinion as to whether the administration of Precedex to Grace Schara and the titrations indicated in the record between October 6th and October 13th were reasonable and appropriate?
I have.
What is that opinion?
That the nurses met the standard of care when they administered Precedex.
Okay. You've also talked a little bit about another medication called lorazepam. What is lorazepam?
So lorazepam, you might commonly hear it called Ativan. It is a benzodiazepine drug or an anti-anxiety medication.
Okay. Is lorazepam used frequently in an ICU setting?
It is.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm handing you a copy of what we marked as Exhibit E6. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
This is the medication administration record for the medication lorazepam.
May I publish your? Thank you. Okay. Okay, we put it up on the screen there. And this is a document that you reviewed in formulating your opinions in this case?
It was.
Okay. It looks like we see the dose of lorazepam here is 0.5 milligrams. Do you see that?
I do.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, is 0.5 milligrams of lorazepam a small dose?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it looks like according to the medical administration record over the course between October 7th and October 13th, Grace received approximately 5.5 milligrams lorazepam over those 6 days or so. We can agree that's what the record shows?
It does.
Okay. It looks like there was one dose that was given on October 13th at 11:25 a.m. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. That was given in conjunction, as I understand it from the records, with the placing of an NG tube. Are you familiar with that?
I am. Yes.
Okay. And would it be reasonable and appropriate to administer a 0.5 milligram dose of lorazepam to a patient in order to help tolerate the placement of such a device?
Yeah. When you're placing an NG tube, it's a tube that goes in your nose, down the back of your throat, your esophagus to your stomach. So as you can imagine, it's not really a pleasant sensation. So if we could give a little bit of medication to try to help alleviate that stress and anxiety, that would be beneficial.
Okay. And it looks like well, there's a notation at the top of this document that says PRN-Q6H. What does that mean?
So PRN is the medical abbreviation for as needed. So what that would mean is it's not at a scheduled time. You could just use it as you felt that your patient needed it. The Q6H would be the abbreviation for every 6 hours. So if after every 6 hours you felt your patient needed this medication again, you could administer it.
Okay. And it looks like there's an administration once again of another small dose of 0.5 lorazepam at 1746 hours. Do you see that? And that dose would have been given in compliance with the verbal order of the physician? Or I'm sorry, not the verbal order. That one would be given with regard to the standing order for 0.5 milligrams.
The 1746 dose would be in compliance with the order written, yes.
Okay. Q6 hours, it hadn't been given for over 6 hours, so that's a standard dose if the nurse clinician at the bedside believed that was necessary.
Yes, if they're felt that the patient warranted it, they could go and get the medication to administer, yes.
Okay, and it looks like then the next dose there is at 1749 hours. That, according to your review of the records, was given pursuant to a verbal order of the physician?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like there's a little note under there that Nurse McGinnis writes, RR 55, which would be respiratory rate, 55?
55 times a minute, yes.
Given for work of breathing. And is that something that would be reasonable and appropriate for the administration of medication of this nature?
Yes, and especially since you're getting it from verbally from the physician at the bedside under their direction. Absolutely.
Okay. And is a respiratory rate of 55 concerning to you as an ICU nurse?
Very much so.
Why is that?
I mean, that is very, very fast breathing. I mean, she's approaching almost breathing one time every second. As you can imagine, that's not good for sustaining respiratory effort over a long time. That's well above what the normal respiratory rate is.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm handing you what is previously marked as number 31. You recognize that document?
I do.
What is that document?
So this is the medication administration record for the drug morphine.
And have you previously reviewed this document?
I have.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Yeah. Okay. And can we put 31 up there? We see on exhibit number 31 a single dose of 2 milligrams of morphine that was administered at 18:15 hours. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Are you able to characterize for me, based upon your experience as an ICU nurse, whether a single dose of 2 milligram morphine is a large or a small dose?
It's small. That's not a large amount of morphine.
What is your understanding, based upon your review of the records, of the reason behind the order for that small dose of morphine?
So my understanding through records and then reading the deposition of the nurses and the staff, that they were trying to combat the elevated respiration rates that Grace was experiencing. That their hope was, by giving this medicine, it might cause a little bit of respiratory depression, which is a side effect of an opioid medication. So frankly, they were hoping that they were breathing down a little bit, since they could not intubate her at this time.
View of the records, what generally clinically was going on with Grace at that time?
I mean, she was, in my opinion, experiencing, severe COVID pneumonia at that time. Her signs and symptoms align with my understanding of the disease and the disease process.
Based upon your experience as an ICU nurse, was Grace facing an emergency situation at the time that that medication was ordered and administered?
Yes.
In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, was Grace facing situation at the time when she was also administered those 2 doses of lorazepam at 1746 and 1749 hours that we saw?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do not order or prescribe the medication morphine. True?
I don't order or prescribe any medication.
Okay. So you are not necessarily an expert on morphine.
No.
Beyond the fact that you know it's used in the ICU context.
I know about it, how it is used within an ICU context, yes.
Okay. Based upon your review of the records, were Nurse Holly McGinnis and Dr. Schara at the time that these medications, lorazepam and morphine, were given, that Grace was not permitted to be intubated or placed on mechanical ventilation?
Yes.
Given that the providers could not utilize intubation or mechanical ventilation as a potential treatment for Grace at this time, were the potential therapeutic modalities that were available to them very limited at that point?
Absolutely. I think this was probably one of the last tools in their toolbox that they tried to use to try to help her at this point.
Okay. Now, the testimony Dr. Schara gave a verbal order for the administration of this morphine at Grace's bedside, and Nurse McGinnis was also at Grace's bedside at the time. There's also been some testimony that Nurse McGinnis administered this dose of morphine upon that verbal order at the bedside. Dr. Schara testified that he ordered the Precedex infusion to be shut off while at the bedside with Nurse McGinnis, and that he observed Nurse McGinnis working with the Precedex machine at that time. Exhibit number 25, which is the Precedex administration record, contains a notation. Matt, if we could put that back up there. Okay. Page 883. Okay. There's a note right at, it looks like 18, it's timed at 1837 based upon the entry of the note there that says that the rate change has been turned to off. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Nurse Eichinger in her testimony at trial indicated that it was not unusual for an ICU nurse to administer a medication at bedside upon the order of a physician. And then after the medication has been administered, when the nurse has time, the nurse can then go back and enter that order into the record. Is that something that you've observed in your experience to happen?
yes, I have.
Okay. Patients in the ICU generally, are they very sick patients?
In the critical care area because they are very sick, yes.
And their conditions can change very, very quickly, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Okay. And sometimes they need care at the bedside that must be given now rather than have it delayed.
Absolutely, yes.
And is it appropriate and within the standard of care then for a nurse to render that that critical or emergency care and then only to document after the fact when she has time to document?
Yes, I mean, my priority in a situation like this is to take care of the patient in front of me. I don't want to delay care because I'm going to log into a computer. So I'm going to provide the care that's needed, and then when it's finished, go and put that information into the computer. That's routine practice, yes.
Documentation of the care provided take a back seat to the actual care.
Again, yes, the care for the patient is the priority, yes.
Okay. Would it be surprising to you at all to learn that Holly would have entered the note indicating that Precedex had been turned off at a point in time after it had actually been turned off because she was working at the bedside with Grace?
No, I think it was appropriate that she prioritized her patient over documentation, yes.
Would it be consistent with the standard of care for Holly McGinnis to turn off the Precedex infusion at Grace's bedside at or around 18:15 hours on the order of Dr. Shokar, and then for her to have entered a notation for that action in the record at 18:37 hours after her care at the bedside had been completed?
It would, yes.
We've now seen from the medication administrators that you and I have gone through that Grace received several anti-anxiety medications throughout the day on October 13, and that would include Precedex, lorazepam, and the single dose of morphine. In your experience as an ICU nurse, do physicians routinely order these three medications in combination for the treatment of critically ill COVID patients like Grace?
Yes, they do.
And have you personally administered these three medications in similar dosages and in combination to treat critically ill COVID patients setting?
I have.
Okay. And would it be consistent with the standard of care to administer these three medications in similar doses and in combination to treat critically ill COVID patients in an ICU setting?
Yes, it would.
I want to move on to another one of your opinions as set forth in your report, and that would include the integration of the family into the plan of care. Have you read the report of Nurse Eichinger?
I have, yes.
Nurse Eichinger's opinions are constant exclusively upon the circumstances surrounding Mr. Schara's leaving the hospital on October 10th. Based upon your review of the record, what's your understanding of the reasons that were given by Nurse Barkholtz for telling Mr. Schara that he would have to leave the hospital on October 10th?
So after reviewing her testimony in her deposition, she made it very clear, in my opinion, that she was concerned about his own health, that his signs and symptoms were concerning enough for her that he was going to be in his own, I mean, his own health was in jeopardy if he was in the room. And so that she was concerned that he needed to leave for his own safety and his own health.
Okay. Were there any other reasons that you recall that Nurse Barkholtz asked Mr. Schara to leave the hospital?
That was the main reason that stood out to me, that she wanted to make that decision.
Okay. Was there also some evidence in the record or from the testimony of Nurse Barkholtz that she had some information that Mr. Schara was also interfering with the functions of certain alarms and machines in the room?
Yeah, there's documentation in the record from some of the nursing notes that there was interfering with touching the machines and manipulating the medical equipment, yes.
Okay. I want to go back to put the events of the morning of October 10th into a little bit of perspective. I understand the case is to review the nursing care provided to Grace Schara. Did you review the nursing notes, the narrative notes entered by the various nurses who cared for Grace throughout her stay at the hospital?
I did, yes.
And what is a narrative nursing note?
So a narrative note is basically just a blank way for a nurse to document something that they find of importance outside of what the typical charting would be. So outside of putting in vital signs, or if I was to listen to the scope, what do I hear? It's almost like a blank Word document so that they can write whatever they feel is appropriate or necessary to be part of the medical record.
Your Honor, may I approach? Number 447. You recognize that?
I do.
And what's that document, or what does that document comprise?
It looks like a compilation of all of the nursing notes, the narrative notes written in Grace's medical record.
Okay. And do those, feel free to reference that as we talk. Does this exhibit contain nursing notes spanning October 7th through October 13th?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go over just to discuss certain aspects of them. If they start on the 7th, go to the 13th, that would cover essentially the entirety of Grace Schara's stay at the hospital, would it not?
It would.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Matt, let's put this up, the first page, page 7. Okay. The first one I want to note, it looks like Grace was admitted at about 12:54 or so in the morning on the morning of October 7th. Is that what did I'm reading that correctly?
That's about this. That would be when this note was published. She could have been admitted before that time, but the nurse is writing the note at that time.
Okay. The next note occurs, or it's written at about, recorded at about 3:51, but it occurred at about 3:46 in the morning. And we see that written by a nurse, Brittany Christensen. It says, patient's father got upset with us coming in to do vitals, Q 4 hours. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
4 hours.
Every 4 hours.
Okay. And is it important for nurses to do vital signs even in the evening or overnight?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the ways that we get data and information. I mean, when you come into the hospital, you're seeking help, you're seeking care. And one of the ways that we can provide that to you is to have data and to help drive the decisions.
And that would be something that you would basically need to do in order to appropriately provide nursing care.
It's absolutely part of the plan of care, yes.
Okay. I'd like to move to page 80, the next page of this document. Now, there's a longer note up here. It looks like on October 8th by a nurse named Amanda Middleton. And at the very first paragraph, indicates that the patient's father was at the bedside and was asking the nurse for some statistics about COVID medications and outcomes. And it looks like the nurse indicated that she redirected the father to gear medication questions to the MD or the doctor. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And would that be appropriate for a nurse to do that?
Yeah, I mean, questions about medications, particularly why maybe they're ordered or given, that should be directed to the doctor because they're the prescriber. They're the ones doing the orders.
Okay. And was that reasonable for the nurse to attempt to engage with the patient's father and to try to answer his questions, or at least direct him to the source of information that would answer his questions?
Yes, it was.
Okay. It looks like in the second paragraph there, it says father needed much education on patient status. Is it appropriate for a nurse to offer education or to try to answer questions that a patient or a patient's family might have?
Yes, yeah. Education is part of the care we provide to the patient. Absolutely.
Okay. And would that be something that you would expect to do?
Yes.
And she's doing that here.
Yes.
Okay. It also indicates that there's a little notation that says BiPAP settings increased, patient needing Precedex to help keep calm. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And clinically, as an ICU nurse, does that tell you anything in terms of the clinical situation of the patient at this time?
Well, I mean, the fact that she needs the BiPAP settings to increase, that tells me that her respiratory status, if we're having to make adjustments to the BiPAP machine, that means they're either increasing the amount of oxygen that's delivered to her or like the amount of pressure that the machine is delivering to her. So if you're going up on that, that's telling me that she's getting worse, she's not better. If you're increasing your Presidex to help keep calm, that's telling me that she's more agitated and becoming more hypoxic. Is agitation is a sign and symptom of that. So it's in that sentence, it's telling me that her respiratory status is not getting better at this moment. In fact, it's worsening.
Okay. And it looks like Nurse Middleton also makes a note there that patient's father wanted to prove that the patient was getting better and did not need BiPAP. The registered nurse, who would be Nurse Middleton, removed BiPAP and placed Vapotherm 40 liters, 100%, and the patient quickly desaturated to 85%. Are you familiar with the terms that I just read in terms of Vapotherm 40 liters, 100%, and a desat 5%?
I am.
What's going on there?
So what the nurse is referencing, so the BiPAP is a mask that goes around your nose and your mouth and creates a seal so that the machine can help provide air in and out. The Vapotherm would be not a mask, but it would be more of like a prong type setting. So it's a lower oxygen delivery method. So what she was doing was taking a more invasive method off to put a lower level method off. And when that happened, the oxygen, which would be an indicator of her oxygenation status, decreased. So to me, that would indicate that she could not tolerate the lower level. In fact, that she needed the BiPAP therapy. Her body was not responding to the lower level at this point.
Okay, and it looks like Nurse Middleton that the BiPAP was replaced at that time, and that was appropriate given the desaturation.
It was, yes.
Okay. She also writes, father became fixated on patient ABG, thinking they looked better. RN educated that they were not. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And once again, is it appropriate for a nurse attempt to answer questions and for Nurse Middleton to have attempted to educate the patient's father in terms of the significance of the ABGs?
Yeah, I mean, everybody likes to know what's going on, right? Being in a hospital can sometimes mean like a foreign language or something to understand. So education can be powerful, and explaining and going over things can absolutely have an effect. So yes, that's appropriate to do.
And in accordance with this note, it does look like Nurse Middleton is in fact making an effort to do these things, to explain, to answer questions, and to teach. Oh,
Yes.
okay. When we look at the next note down, it looks like Amanda Middleton writes another note there that indicates that Dr. Murata was updated on patient bradycardia. And what is bradycardia?
So I think it should say bradycardia. I think it's a typo, but it's the clinical term for low heart rate.
Okay. And is it appropriate for, in terms of the role of a nurse, to be able to, or to update a doctor on a finding like that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then it looks like there's a notation there that Dr. Murata is okay with rates in the 49 through 50s. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So based on that, it appears that Nurse Middleton communicated with Dr. Murata, and he said he was okay with what she's reporting. It was not concerning to him at that time.
That was the way I interpreted it, yes.
Okay. And it would be appropriate for the nurse to indicate that in the record.
Yeah, which she did with this note. Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to page 81 if we could. We'll flip to the next. Now we have a 23:55 hours. This is a nurse Emily Fisher. Now we're on the 8th, just before midnight. And she writes there that she gave an update to Dr. Beck regarding the patient's status and elevated blood pressure due to agitation. Would it be an appropriate, once again, from a nursing context, for her to be updated?
Yeah, if there's a change in the clinical status, that absolutely is appropriate.
And is this exactly the type of thing that a nurse would typically do in an ICU situation?
Yes.
The nurse's role is to update the doctor as to changes in condition.
Yes.
Okay. The mention of agitation there, does that have any significance to you as an ICU nurse?
Well, again, that could play into her overall clinical picture. If she's having more difficulty breathing, manifesting itself in her blood pressure going up. Again, when you struggle to breathe, that's distressing for people. So if she's showing signs of agitation, that could potentially be indicative of her clinical picture. Yes.
And that would be something that you would expect the nurse to keep an eye on, just like she's doing here.
Yes, very much so.
Okay. Nurse Fisher also notes, we'll continue to monitor blood pressure before adding antihypertensives due to previous low blood pressures. Do you see that?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Nurse Fisher is aware of the clinical situation, is aware of previous clinical situations such as low blood pressures with this patient, and is continuing to monitor those?
Yes, she's aware kind of the trajectory of her stay and her vital signs, the trending, and off on giving medication so that she doesn't overcorrect.
Okay. When we look at her next note there at about 6:04 in the morning on that day, on the 9th, she indicates that with Dr. Beck to update on the patient's status. Once again, that's one of the primary roles of the nurse, and she's fulfilling that here.
She is.
Okay. Discussed vitals and BiPAP settings, notified of tachypnea up to 40s. What is tachypnea?
That is the medical word to say that you're breathing too fast.
Okay. Is that concerning to you as an ICU nurse?
Yes, it is.
What does that tell you?
Well, again, the tachypnea and breathing up to 40s, it's a couple levels. First, because that's, again, signs and symptoms of severe COVID. So that's something that's worrying to me. The other fact is that having to breathe in the 40s plus, it's not sustainable. I mean, the human body isn't designed to breathe that long. So I would be concerned that she could end up tiring out and eventually stop breathing altogether.
Okay. And by the 9th, we're still fairly early in the hospitalization at this point.
Yes.
And she's clearly showing signs that she's having difficulty breathing clinically, as indicated in these records.
Yes.
Okay. I want to note the last note on the bottom of this page. It's another Emily Fisher note at 23 hours, just before midnight, it looks like, on the evening of the 9th. There's an indication there on the third paragraph that attempts were made to educate on medications and patient care. Do you see that?
Yes.
We've that is certainly something that a nurse can do, is attempt to educate and answer questions.
Yes.
And is Nurse Fisher doing that here, or attempting to do that?
She is.
What does that tell you as a nurse or an ICU nurse, that Emily Fisher is attempting and answer patient questions with regard to patient care?
Well, it shows me that, she's concerned about her patient, that she wants to incorporate the family. She's not ignoring them. She's not trying to exclude them from what's going on, that she's trying to let them know that, hey, this is kind of where we're at. Let me, explain, this is my job. I want to, I have the knowledge. Let me try to pass that on so that you understand what's happening and what's going on right now.
Okay. In fact, then right under that, we see another line, and we've gone over this. We've heard this testimony already, but she writes that he stated to her, "I'm not going to take any here to follow my commands." Even though these things are being said to her, she's still attempting to communicate and to answer questions and to educate from this note.
That's my yes.
Okay. And that would be appropriate from your perspective as an ICU nurse?
It would, yes.
That's what you would teach your own nurses, how to try to handle that situation?
I'm sorry. That even though there might be some difficult situations, that yes, I mean, we still need to try to educate, inform, communicate despite barriers, yes.
Okay, and it looks like that's what Emily Fisher is doing here, at least that we're looking at.
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, let's go up to the next page, page 82, if we could. It looks like there's a continuation of Emily's note there at the top. It says on the very top note there that parent demanded that monitor alarms and IV alarms be completely turned off and SpO2 device be removed from patient. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
From your perspective as an ICU nurse, would it be safe to do that, to comply with that request?
Absolutely not. Well, again, part of how we drive our plan of care is with these modern tools. We're fortunate with modern medicine to have these things to help us understand the clinical picture. So alarms are for a reason. We want to know what's going on. So if something is alarming, that needs to get my attention as the nurse. So if those are turned off, there's a chance that something could be missed, which could be detrimental. Go ahead and manipulating the IV pumps. Again, that's what's delivering the medication to the patient. Turning things off abruptly could have an effect. Not knowing what you're doing with the equipment. I mean, it could end up having dire consequences. So there's a reason that as part of our clinical education, when you become a nurse at a facility, they train you how to use this equipment. And even in that other job I alluded to earlier in our discussion, that's one of the things I do is teach these nurses how to use their equipment so that they can safely monitor their patients.
Is there a difference between attempting to interact with the family member, answer questions, things like that, and complying with a request that would be dangerous to the patient?
My number one focus is to take care of the patient assigned to me. Their safety is my first priority. I absolutely want to try to collaborate, discuss, interact with you. But if you make a request or even a demand that's unsafe for me to take care of this patient in front of me, then that's where I'm going to have to step in and say something. Yes.
Okay. It looks like just below that, she mentions that she further attempted education and explanations about the alarms and the function of the equipment in the room. Would that be appropriate for her to do?
Yeah. I mean, as I kind of said earlier, it's a little bit of a foreign language. Sometimes when you're dealing with medical terminology and equipment, it's not common knowledge to know what these machines do, and they beep and make noise and have colors and lights and all that. So educating people, I mean, that knowledge is beneficial. If they know this is what this machine does, this is what that machine does, then it can kind of help maybe alleviate some of their fears, their anxiety, because they know that this machine is in here for a reason. There's a purpose why we have it in the room and what we're using it for.
And is this note then indicating that regardless of anything that may have gone on between Mr. Schara and Nurse Fisher, she's still attempting to answer questions. She's still attempting to engage with him and to explain why she needs to do what.
That was my interpretation of this note, yes.
Okay. When we look down to the next note, once again, now this one's about 6 hours later at about 6:05 in the morning. And Nurse Fisher indicates on the second line there that also noted to be interfering with pump alarm. Would this concern you as an ICU nurse?
It would, yes.
Why is that?
Because again, it's a critical piece of equipment. I mean, that's if you hit buttons that could give boluses, which would be like a surge dose of a medication, that could have detrimental effects. People who aren't trained to use that equipment could end up touching things. They could turn things off. Then the medication could not be delivered. Imagine if it was the kind that was, again, supporting her blood pressure or something at that time. If that medication was turned off, that could end up having dire effects.
Like Nurse Fisher also indicates here that once again, she repeatedly attempted to again provide education on the reason for the alarms and the interventions taken to correct the alarms. Once again, what is this telling you about her attempts to interact with Mr. Schara in the room?
I mean, it's telling me that she understands that education and information is an important component of nursing care, and that there might be some barriers, there might be some obstacles, but she didn't just throw up her hands and say, okay, I'm going to walk out. I'm still going to try to do this.
Okay. She also mentions once again that here parent is requesting that all alarms be turned off inside the room. Would that be concerning to you as an ICU nurse?
It would.
Why would that be concerning?
Because as I mentioned earlier, alarms have purpose. They are to try to alert staff that something is going on. So turning them off, even inside the room, I mean, that could have dire consequences.
Okay. And it looks like right after that, she explains once again that explained to Mr. Schara that it was not possible and not safe due to the amount of time that the nursing staff spends at the bedside in the room with the patient. How do you interpret that? What is she saying there?
So what she's saying is that when I'm in the room with the patient providing direct on care, my back might be to the monitor. I might be doing something in the bed and I'm not looking physically at the monitor. However, that auditory, that's going to get my attention and allow me to pay attention to the situation at hand. So if those auditory cues are silenced and I'm in there and I'm doing a procedure, I'm providing care, something could be missed. And again, as we mentioned, that could have an effect.
Okay. Now, it looks like a request was then made by Mr. Schara to Nurse Fisher for Dr. Beck and a unit supervisor to come and speak to him. Do you see that in the note?
I do. Yes.
And based upon Nurse Fisher's note, did she ignore that request? What did she do?
The next line there says that she ended up messaging Dr. Beck and Rachel to notify them of this request.
Okay. And was that appropriate to comply with that request and to notify Dr. Beck and Rachel that a request had been made to speak to them?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then when we go down to the next note, the last one on this page is again an Emily Fisher note. This one is at 6:14 in the morning. It looks like it says that she actually had a phone call with Dr. Beck to update on concerns. So it looks like now not only has she messaged Dr. Beck, but she's also called him.
That was my interpretation, yes.
Okay. And was that appropriate for her to do in response to the parents' request that she do so?
Yeah, and I think if you take a look at the time as well, so we're approaching, 6-ish in the morning. Her shift's going to be ending soon, so I think that it's also, respectful and telling that she wanted to make sure that this message was relayed and she didn't just, go home and somehow it got lost in translation, that the doctor knew that the request was made. She wanted to make sure that she passed the message along, especially before her shift ended.
And it looks like Dr. Beck actually talked to her and stated that he will talk to the parent. So when she left, she was under the understanding that she had communicated RS request.
Again, that was my interpretation of this, yes.
Okay, if we can go with page 83, the next page there. Now we have, we're on the morning of, and this is the note written by Nurse Alison Barkholtz. We had a little testimony from her yesterday. And have you reviewed this note?
I have.
Okay. Now she indicates that, first of all, she reviewed the visitation policy with Mr. Schara and with, would that be appropriate to review the visitation policy?
It wouldn't, especially if there was somebody who was not in facility, yes.
Okay, and
support and communication with their family, even if they're not physically standing next to her. So while she's got both of the parents, she's talking about, let's set up this plan. We're going to be FaceTiming. Let's get this organized before you leave.
so according to this note, it looks like not only was virtual visitation offered, but it looks like a plan was actually agreed to and set up.
What the next sentence is telling me that she related to the primary RN, Katie, means that Katie, who is the nurse taking care of the patient, she went and told Katie, hey, we've come up with this game plan. This is the plan that we're going to do. This is how we're going to carry it out, so that there's no gaps in communication where a charge nurse knows something, but the bedside nurse doesn't. And so that way the bedside nurse can be looped in and still help with the communication.
Now we look down, the next nurse is actually, where we look at the note at 8:45 in the morning. This is Nurse Catherine Hale, or Katie, who's the new nurse coming on the shift.
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like Katie is writing there that patient's activated POA, her mother was called per Dr. Baum with an update. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so what's happening here?
So she's documenting that Baum came and saw the patient. And then once he was able to see the patient, he called her mother to update what what he felt he needed to update her on.
Okay, so we see now that there is the communication plan that was set up is now being implemented, and communications are being made by the nurse caring for Grace and the family remotely via iPad or by phone.
Correct.
Okay, and in your own experience as an ICU nurse during COVID, did you often have to communicate via phone, iPad, things like that with family members and even POAs of patients?
Yeah, any of the hospitals that I worked at during 2020, 21 had no visitation. And we frequently would set up times to call family members, especially if the patients couldn't communicate, if they were on a ventilator. We iPads in our facility that we could use, had them on little mobile carts that we would take around to rooms and schedule times, to have family or friends. And that was one of the strongest tools that we had in communication at that time. Yeah.
Okay. So it was not unusual during the COVID time in October of 2021 to have to or be required by the circumstances to communicate virtually, not face to face, because you couldn't always have someone at the bedside.
Correct. I mean, most of our communication during this time period was done via phone or like a video screen. Yes.
Okay. We looked down a number of hours later that same day. Catherine Hale, at the last note on the bottom here, says that the family updated by a phone once again.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like now that's once again, that's another communication that's being done on the 10th pursuant to that plan that was set up between Mr. Schara and Nurse Barkholtz when he left the hospital that day.
Yes, it would appear so.
Okay, let's go to the top, page 84, the very next note. This looks like a continuation of the note that started at the bottom of the previous page there. And it looks like, once again, an update was given under the third line down there, including recent labs, recent vital signs, nutrition attempts, MD notes, and current prone status. Multiple questions were asked and answered. It looks like a conversation was had with the father, Scott. So it looks like this is a communication that once again is going on virtual, that plan that was set up.
That was my interpretation. Yes.
Okay. Now it mentions current prone status. Do you understand the term prone, what that means?
I do.
Okay. And was proning something that was done for patients who were experiencing severe COVID?
It was a tool that we would use if the physician felt that it would be beneficial to the patient, then yes, we would prone patients from time to time, yes.
And it looks like here, according to this note, that she was currently prone at this time, and this would be about 2:19 in the afternoon on the 10th? Okay. Mr. Schara would no longer have been in the room at that point.
That's my understanding now.
Okay, so at least according to this note, the nurses were able to prone Grace apparently without any problem, though he was not present to help them or direct them. True?
There's no indication that they had an issue putting her in the prone position, no.
Can proning be inhibited or made harder by agitation?
Yeah, I mean, people, when you're agitated, I mean, you want to be comfortable. And so if you're not comfortable in your stomach, which some people aren't, already being agitated and being in an uncomfortable position could go hand in hand, yes.
Okay, so at least at this point, knowing that she was able to successfully prone, is it a fair assumption to believe that she was not so agitated that proning could not be done?
Considering there's documentation, notes, other periods of agitation, and when she was, not being in the prone status, the fact that this doesn't denote that there was any issues suggests to me that she was being compliant in the prone position, yes.
And it looks like Catherine Hale notes that she spent 20 plus minutes updating the family on this call. Do you see that?
I do.
There at the very bottom, the next thing that she writes is, writer stressed to patients' parents that aspirating is a very real risk at this time and could be detrimental for the patient. And therefore, it is this writer's opinion to proceed cautiously with nutritional intake. First of all, what is aspirating? What does that mean?
So in layman's terms, it would be like if you took a drink of water and you said it went down the wrong pipe. So have a little flap at the top where when you swallow, it covers your airway. And if sometimes people drink too fast or if they're getting forced air in, that little flap might not cover your airway. And so if you try to take something in through a swallow, that doesn't close completely, what you swallow would go into your lungs, and that's called aspiration.
Okay. And this patient, Grace, was on BiPAP at this point?
Yes.
And BiPAP is this forced air down the throat?
Yeah, bi-level forced air, yes.
One attempts to eat while wearing that mask. Is that even possible?
Well, it's not possible safely with the mask on. The only way to safely give somebody oral intake, be it nutrition or just taking an oral medication, safely would be to have them take the mask, keep it off for a little bit so that they could have it swallowed and kind of settled before you put the mask back on.
Okay. And does that cause a risk potentially of desaturation if the individual needs that BiPAP?
Absolutely.
And does this complicate the individual with severe COVID who is BiPAP dependent?
It complicates trying to feed them through the traditional way of taking the mask off and letting them eat or drink. So then you start to have to explore other avenues. Yes.
Okay. And it looks like the nurse, Catherine Hale, is concerned about that and is trying to explain that to the family.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like she once again now at the 1815 note underneath there updates dad once again, and then mom was also updated at this time. So it looks like this is about the third time that we've seen that a conversation has occurred on that day pursuant to the plan that was set up with the Scharas and Nurse Barkholtz.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this evidence that communication is in fact being made remotely with the family?
Absolutely, yeah. That they were making an attempt to talk to the family and communicate with them, yes.
And that was consistent, in fact, with what you were doing and what other hospitals were doing at the time of COVID when they just didn't have the ability to have people in the room.
Yes, and frankly, maybe even a little bit more often than some of the facilities that I worked in. They would set times maybe even for just once a day updates just because of the amount of patients that were there. So the fact that I'm seeing multiple times within a day through multiple avenues, that's impressive, frankly.
She also writes that she was switching the patient in between BiPAP and oxymask for attempt at PO intake. What's being communicated there?
So kind of what we were just talking about a few minutes ago, that off the BiPAP and putting on a different type of oxygen to allow her to try to be able to swallow. PO means it's the medical abbreviation for by mouth. So PO intake would be that they're trying to get her to swallow and take in some nutrition or on a different type of oxygen so that she could safely swallow.
Okay. Now, the last note on this case, I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I notice it's indicated as a wound consult note. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And why would a wound consult be done for a bedridden patient setting?
Well, a wound consult is really done on any time that you see compromise in skin integrity for a patient. Patients sometimes come in with wounds. That's how they come in from home. They can develop over time in a hospital. But we have a patient who is so severely ill that she needs to stay in the bed. She can't get up. She can't be walking around. The fact that she needs to wear this continual mask, look at the bridge of your nose. It doesn't have much cushion and padding. So sometimes you can see people get breakdown to the bridge of their nose wearing a mask for prolonged periods. So I think it's an abundance of caution to kind of loop in this wound care team to assess Grace to see if there was something that could be helpful.
Okay. I want to move, if we could, let's go to page 85, Matt. The next page of the notes. Now we're into the morning of the 11th, and it looks like we're the afternoon of the 11th and 16:30. There's a nurse named Emma Stark who is now caring for Grace. She mentions that at this point now, we know that Jessica, the sister, is at Grace's bedside. This is after Mr. Schara left the hospital. Fair to state?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That was my understanding, yes.
And Emma Stark is indicating that she's talking with the sister at the bedside. Is that appropriate in your estimation?
Yes.
Okay. She's keeping the sister up to date on what is going on and what she's doing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, she writes here that she told the sister that the patient, Grace, was tolerating proning better today and that the ABGs looked slightly better. It looks like she's once again, now we're on the 11th, and now there's indication in the record that she was still able to be proned on that day.
That's the indication, yes.
Okay. And it looks like that proning had occurred early, at least according to the way this note is phrased.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be once again in the absence of Mr. Schara, his presence was not necessary in order for them to be able to prone her. Fair to state?
This indicates that were not having any problem getting her into the prone position.
Okay. And the nurse also writes there that she told the patient's sister that Grace was still very sick and that things could get better or worse at this point. What do you take from that?
I mean, I think that she's trying to be proactive in her comments, letting know that, you know, the clinical picture is still pretty rough right now and things could take a turn in either direction. I mean, she's young, she has that going for her. She doesn't have a lot of comorbidities before she came into the hospital. So there could get better, but COVID's also a very rough disease and we saw people turn on a dime. And so she could take a turn for the worse. So I think she was trying to manage expectations and be proactive in her communication at that point.
And is that reasonable in your estimation as an ICU nurse?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It looks like we look at the next note. Now we're into the morning now of the 12th, and it looks like patient's mother was updated by Dr. Schokar on the plan of care at that point. When we look down to the next note, that's another note by Nurse McGinnis. Now we're on the afternoon of the 12th, and this note indicates that there's been some moving, turn from prone to supine. So what does that mean? From the belly to the back?
Yeah, prone would be on your stomach, supine would be on your back, and then the HOB stands for head of bed. And so they would be sitting her up a little bit taller. So she wasn't laying flat. They were sitting her up taller with the bed.
Now it's O2 increased from 95% to 100% and O2 sat 78 through 85 and not recovering. Clinically, does this tell you anything as an ICU nurse?
I'm concerned reading that, yes.
What is that concern, or why does that give you concern?
Well, I mean, 100%, that's the most oxygen we can deliver via a machine. So we're at the maximum. We're to go above that, shy of putting you on a ventilator. And the fact that she's not recovering. So we made an adjustment to the amount of oxygen she was being given, and she did not have notable improvements from that. So yes, that's concerning.
Okay, and we're now at, that is about 13:56, we'd be about 1:56 in the afternoon on the 12th.
Yes.
Okay, so by midday on the 12th now, we're seeing these very, very concerning signs, at least according to this note.
Yes.
And was that consistent with other notes contemporaneous to this time that you reviewed in your review of this record?
It was.
And it looks like Nurse McGinnis also indicates that Dr. Schokar was informed. Was it appropriate for her to keep Dr. Schokar informed of these concerning findings?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Matt, go to page 86. We're getting now towards the end of the nursing notes. I want to reference specifically the note at 1440, if we could, there at the top. It reads as follows: patient's mother to confer with patient's father and give decision on code status, as patient is currently do not intubate, but full code. Clarification needed per Dr. Shokar's conversation with the mother. What are we reading here?
So the way I read this note is that the nurse wants clarification about what should happen if the patient decompensates. I think she's seeing the clinical picture, the fact that Grace is requiring so much oxygen on the BiPAP. She's can't be put on a ventilator, that we're kind of getting to the end of the road of what treatments we could offer. And so she wants to make sure that everybody is on the same page and clarification. So being proactive to have this discussion now before we find ourselves in a true emergent state.
And is it appropriate and within the standard of care for us to have acted proactively to try to clarify this situation that she was identifying here?
Yeah, it's absolutely appropriate. I mean, even though we don't write orders, if we need clarification or we're confused about something, the right thing to do is to go to the doctor who wrote it and said, hey, can you maybe explain or can you just give me some more information? That's good communication within the treatment team. That's the appropriate way to handle it.
Okay, the next note underneath that is now at 1700 hours, and it indicates that looks like the parents were updated once again by Dr. Shokar of the patient's low oxygen saturation. And underneath it says, parents do not want intubation as previously indicated. What do you take from that in terms of that? It looks like Nurse McGinnis is aware that intubation is not a possibility here.
It sounds like that, she presented that she needed clarification and clarification was given to her.
Okay. Now I want to go down to the very last note there. Now we're on the morning of the 13th, and this is the final day of the hospitalization. This is a small bore NG tube was placed in the left near. What is a small NG tube?
So bore would be like how wide it would be. So a small bore would be that it was smaller in diameter. It wasn't a tube that was like this big. It would be a smaller tube.
Okay. Now there's some clinical signs that are written down there. It says O2 desat to 61%, slow recovery. Then it says at the very end, RR, which means respiration rate, remains in the 40s. Do these clinical findings recorded in this note have significance to you as an ICU nurse?
Yes, they do.
What's the significance there?
Well, just like we saw on the previous day, we're already at the maximum setting, so we can't make adjustments to the BiPAP. She's still desatting and not recovering well. Suggests that she's sicker, that, her clinical picture is worse today. And that the fact that she's breathing as fast as she is, these are all the signs and symptoms of a severe COVID pneumonia.
Let's go to page 87, Matt. This is the last page that we'll look at here. Okay, now I want to go to the 1750 note there by Nurse McGinnis there. Indicates the patient O2 sat 50 phoning, reversed with no recovery in O2 stat. Patient's sister at the bedside. These particular findings here, these oxygenation findings, are those concerning to you as an ICU nurse?
Very much so.
Why are they concerning?
Very, very critical numbers. So it shows that they're trying to do what they can shy of putting her on a ventilator. We have no more adjustments we can make on our BiPAP. So we're doing position changes. We're trying everything that we have at our disposal, but we're not seeing improvement. So, that's telling me that she's extremely sick at this moment.
Okay. Now, about 5 minutes later is the next note at 1755. And it looks like here, patient's sister once again at bedside and the father on FaceTime updated. It looks, at least from this note, that the sister is communicating with the dad on FaceTime. True?
That's the way I interpreted it, yes.
Now, O2 sat dropped to the 40s. 2 different O2 probes tested and O2 saturations confirmed. Is a drop to the 40s concerning to you?
Yes, very much.
Why is that concerning to you?
We're moving in the wrong direction. These are, almost incompatible with life numbers that we're getting to. So this is concerning, that staying with your sats in the 40s, that's telling me that your organs are not getting oxygen, and that's not going to be sustainable with life for a long time.
And there's this indication here that multiple different oxygenation probes were being used or utilized here in order to get an appropriate reading. Is that an appropriate thing for a nurse to do if there's any, maybe you're not getting an appropriate reading, to use multiple forms of probes or multiple different probes?
Yeah, it's troubleshooting in a way that, if I don't think, maybe if I'm, wanting to confirm the accuracy or get confirmation between 2 different ways, then yeah, trying it on different parts of the body with different probes, yes, that would be an appropriate way.
Okay. We've basically covered those notes. I do want to return to your report and to continue with some of your opinions if we can. We touched on this a little bit, but in the hospital where you worked during October of 2021, did that hospital have a policy that limited patient visitation, family visitation of patients?
Yes, it did.
Was it common for hospitals, in your experience, during the Delta wave of the COVID-19 pandemic to limit visitation?
Yes, it was. Yes.
in fact, given what we've read of the depositions and the reports of both Nurse Eichinger and Dr. Burdine, did you note that both of them conceded at their own respective hospitals that they also restricted visitation?
So I think more from their deposition transcripts and their testimony, but yes, they spoke about how the hospitals that they worked at were limiting visitation at that time as well.
When you read that in their depositions, was that a surprise to you?
Not at all.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Handing you a copy of what we marked as exhibit number 309 previously. Have you previously seen that document?
I have.
And what is that document?
It looks like it talks about some of the policies about visitation at the hospital.
Okay. Based on your review of this document, is this policy consistent or similar to the policy at your own hospital for 2021?
Yes, it lines up with my experience.
Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. Let's go to page 2, Matt. Now, this is a policy that indicates that there are some restrictions on visitation, but we look at down at paragraph 9 there looks like there are a couple of exceptions and additional guidance listed there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And looks like one of the exceptions there is for visitors are not allowed unless they meet certain exceptions. One of them, a designated support person or a caregiver who tends to the needs and concerns of a person with some limitations due to illness, injury, or disability. You see that?
I do.
Okay. So that is a potential exception. And in fact, in this exception made for Mr. Schara.
It was. Yes, it was.
Okay. In fact, then later after Mr. Schara left the hospital was an exception made for Jessica, Grace's sister, to come in and take his place.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now we also look at it, we can go up to paragraph number 2 under section 2. It says under 2C, any visitor who feels ill while visiting shall immediately this to the patient's care team and depart the building immediately. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And based upon your review of the records and the testimony that we've seen, do you understand that Mr. Schara was exhibiting signs and symptoms of an active COVID infection on the morning of October 10th while in the hospital?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, was it consistent with St. Elizabeth's visitation policy for Nurse Barkholtz to require that Mr. Schara leave the premises on the morning of October 10th, given that he was showing those signs and symptoms of an active COVID infection?
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, did Nurse Barkholtz comply with the standard of care in effect at the time in October of 2021 when she told Mr. Schara he would need to leave the premises?
Yes, I think it met the standard of care.
In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, was it appropriate for Nurse Barkholtz to tell Mr. Schara that he would need to leave the hospital premises for the 2 reasons that she provided to him?
Yes. Yes, I do. Sorry. Yes, I do.
Now, while St. Elizabeth's visitation policy allowed exceptions to be made for certain patient advocates on a limited basis, does it provide that those visitors must be allowed or to stay on the premises even if they became symptomatic with COVID?
Doesn't appear that that's the guidelines referenced here, no.
So according to this policy, even though there were exceptions, individuals who might be a patient advocate, those individuals were still subject to the requirement that any visitor who feels ill while visiting would need to leave the premises.
That was the way I understood it, yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your third opinion. This is the third and final opinion in your report. Talks a little bit about resuscitation. In your experience as an ICU nurse, is it the role of nurses in the ICU to obtain the consent of a patient or a patient's POA to administer medications?
No.
Okay. That a physician responsibility in the ICU?
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, is it the role of a nurse to participate in discussions with a patient or family members with regard to the entry of a DNR order?
No, those are going to be physician-driven conversations.
In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, would the require a nurse to obtain informed consent from a patient or a patient's family for the administration of any medications in the ICU?
No,
In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, did the standard of care in October of 2021 require a nurse to participate in any discussions with a patient or patient's family regarding the placement of a DNR order?
no,
In your experience as an ICU nurse, once a DNR discussion held by a physician and the patient or the patient's family, and a DNR order had been placed in the electronic medical record under physician's order, do nurses in the ICU have a right to rely upon that order?
yes, if there's an order in place, that is what we reference, yes.
Are nurses in the ICU permitted to ignore a DNR order in the patient's chart?
No, they're not.
If a DNR order has been placed in the patient's chart by a physician, were ICU nurses in October of 2021 required to comply with that order?
Yes, they were.
Did it also require a physician to remove a DNR order?
Can you clarify that question for me?
Sure. A nurse in the ICU could not remove a DNR order.
No, we don't have the ability to discontinue, remove orders. Again, that's not within my scope of practice. The doctor's order, procedures, tests, treatments, medications. So they put the orders in, but I cannot remove them without authority, no.
So if a patient or a family member were to, for example, in this case, there's been some testimony that one or more family members had requested that nursing staff intervene during the arrest of Grace, despite the fact that there was a DNR order in her chart. Did the nurses have authority or the ability to disobey that order or to do anything in compliance with that request by the family?
They would have been acting outside of their scope of practice.
Would it have been a violation of the standard of care for them to have violated the DNR and to have done something that was not permitted by that order?
Yes, working outside of what my scope of practice is, what I'm allowed to do, my responsibilities, my duties, going outside of those parameters would be a violation of the standard of care.
Okay. Nurse Eichinger has offered an opinion suggesting that nurse should have discussed the DNR order with either Jessica or Scott. Do you agree with this statement?
I don't.
Why not?
Because again, these are really tough decisions and discussions to have. They're not taken lightly, which is why they need to be physician initiated and physician driven. So it's the responsibility of the doctor, the provider, to kind of initiate and talk about these topics. So appropriate for the bedside nurse to engage in that.
In your opinion, as an ICU nurse, did Nurse McGinnis have any duty to discuss the DNR order with anyone?
No, she did not.
Why not?
Because again, just as I mentioned, these are physician-driven conversations. She doesn't have an informed consent duty that, her role is not in place.
As an ICU nurse, are you familiar with ventilators?
Yes,
Have you cared for patients suffering from severe cases of COVID-19 who were placed on ventilators?
many, many times.
As an ICU nurse, are you familiar with CPR?
I am.
Have you personally performed CPR upon patients in the past?
I have.
Do you understand, based upon your review of the records, that Grace was not to be intubated for any circumstances?
Yes, that is.
In your experience as an ACLS or ALS certified nurse at the time of Grace's arrest on October 13th, would any attempts at resuscitation by the nurses through the administration of CPR have been indicated or likely to be successful?
I think CPR would have been successful at that point, no.
Why not?
I think in the absence of putting her on a ventilator, she needed respiratory support. So I think if the ventilator was out of the question, then anything else that they were going to try was going to be futile.
Okay. Do you therefore hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing certainty as to whether, if any, attempts at resuscitation had been made through the application of CPR at the time of Grace's arrest attempts would have been likely to be successful?
I do not think administering CPR would have been successful at that point, no.
Okay. Now, plaintiff's pulmonologist, Dr. Burdine, has suggested that some sort of medication reversal agent could have been given to Grace at the time of her arrest. Do you recall reading that in his deposition testimony?
I do.
Okay. Based upon your review of all of the records in this case, was Grace's hospital course from October 6th to the 13th consistent with the development of severe COVID disease?
Yes, the trajectory was in line with my experience of treating COVID patients, yes.
Was she showing evidence of deterioration in her lungs according to your review of the records?
She was.
Were there any particular signs or symptoms that you recall observing in the records that led you to?
Well, once again, her respiratory rate was really high. Her oxygen requirements and demands were increasing to the maximum amount. Even interventions such as trying to prone and reposition again at the end were not fruitful. So yes, that aligns with the experience of patients that I've taken care of in severe COVID pneumonia at that point, yes.
Was Grace's overall hospital course consistent in any way with an overdose of anti-anxiety medications, including Precedex, lorazepam, and morphine?
No, not in my opinion, no.
Okay. Why not?
I don't see that there was any evidence to support that she was ever overdosed. I don't think that there was evidence to support that at the end there that administration of any of those medications towards the end were tory to her decline. In my experience, she fit the textbook picture of a patient who was exhibiting signs and symptoms of severe COVID pneumonia at that point.
What sort of respiration rate would you have expected to see if indeed the administration of these three medications had caused her death by way of an overdose?
If this was indicative of an overdose, we would have seen her respirations probably get down into the single digits.
And did you see that at any point prior to her arrest, respiratory rates that were anywhere close to that?
I did not see anything in the records that showed that, no.
Okay. In fact, were the vast majority of her oxygen after the administration of the morphine far higher than normal?
You're talking about her respirations or
her
her
respiration? Her respiration.
So even after morphine was given, she went from in the above 50 down to the mid 30s. That's still above what a normal respiratory rate is. So the argument that this caused such severe respiratory depression that it would be indicative of an overdose, I didn't see any evidence to support that.
Not only did we not see a respiration drop to a point that was below normal, we never even saw a respiration that dropped to a rate of normal.
Not that I recall from the records, no.
In your opinion, as an ICU administration of some sort of medication reversal agent have done anything to address Grace's advanced COVID symptoms?
No.
In your experience as an ICU nurse, if a reversal drug is given in the ICU, is that process frequently accompanied by intubation and mechanical intervention?
Typically, yes, because if they're something that is indicative of an overdose, they probably are not protecting their own airway at that point. Like I said, they're probably in single-digit respirations. And so the standard would be to intubate and put them on a ventilator, yes.
Nurse Eichinger offered an opinion that one or more nurses at the time of Grace's arrest should have taken some sort of action to resuscitate Grace despite the presence of a DNR order in her chart. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, as we mentioned, these orders were in place. As the nurse, I don't have the authority. It's not within my scope to override orders and make decisions, just my decision. So no, I don't think it would have been appropriate for them to intervene with the order in place.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'm down to my last section of questioning. I don't know, could be another 15 minutes maybe.
Kevin.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Davis, if you could be back in 25 minutes, and we'll just continue with your testimony then. All right, thank you. Anything we need to do now other than exhibits 25, 26, 31, 306, 309, and 447 were discussed. So to the extent that they haven't been received, I think most of them, some of them haven't. Any objections to those exhibits being received? Okay, so those are all received. We start in, I think it's going to be like 10-2. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay, and Attorney Guzzi, do you have questions for this witness? Okay. And are you taking who's taking the lead? Okay. Excellent. We'll see you at that point. We're adjourned.
10-2, Your Honor, you said?
Yes. Okay. So 11:50 on that clock. members of the jury. Before we took a break, Attorney Frankowiak is in his direct examination of the witness. The witness is still under oath. Go ahead, Mr. Frankowiak. You may.
I'm handing you a copy of what we previously marked as exhibit number 70.
Yes, I have.
And is that document a compilation of what you understand to be certain opinions offered by Nurse Eichinger?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you have some opinions relative to her opinion?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay. Nurse Davis, I'm just going to take you through these. We won't spend a lot of time, but I just want to get your input. We'll start with the first opinion that she broached to the jury. October 7th, failure to develop a nursing diet care plan involving Scott as caregiver. Do you agree with that opinion?
No, I do not.
Okay, and why is that?
Because I think that the documentation in the record reflects that the plan of care was inclusive of the family. The plan of care is always changing over time, and I didn't see any evidence that suggests that it wasn't collaborative.
Is a care plan a document that's just set forth on some page of a record somewhere?
Not necessarily. It's kind of the overarching goals of while the patient is in the facility, like what are we hoping to accomplish while we're here, be it a treatment, a surgery, whatever the case may be. So it's kind of a moving target at times, and you adjust and you pivot based on the patient condition and the situation.
And based upon the notes that we went over earlier, we went over those nursing notes pretty extensively from the very beginning to the end of the hospitalization. Did those notes show, for example, attempts to teach and explain and relate to Mr. Schara?
Yes, yes, they did. Yes.
Okay. Why don't we go to page 2, Matt? The second of the opinions offered by Nurse Eichinger was October 7th. Ignoring family-centered care planning leading to communication breakdown. Do you believe in this or do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
Okay, why not?
It kind of just ties into what we just discussed with that first alleged breach, is that I feel that the documentation and the record reflects that there was communication, that they tried to educate and include the family, especially even in the earlier days before leading up to the 13th.
For example, did we see evidence that even Emily Fisher was attempting to make explanations, to answer questions, to repeatedly explain the cares and the machines and what was being done, even in the face of perhaps some contentious behavior?
I think her among other nurses, yes.
And there were also some evidence of who were communicating with Grace's sister, Jessica, at the bedside as well?
Yes.
We also saw some evidence, for example, of numerous communications via electronic means, which was the standard back during the COVID times?
That was what the tools that we utilized, yes.
Okay. Matt, we'll go to page 3. Okay. The third opinion was failure to recognize Scott's role-related needs in a nursing care plan or to communicate his concerns effectively with an interdisciplinary team meeting. Nurse Davis, do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Well, I think it's important to recognize that the nursing care plan and the medical records, this is about Grace, and this was her medical record. The care plan needed to involve her as the primary point, and the focus needed to be on that. And I felt that Nurse Eichinger drifted away from that message a lot of the time in her report and her opinions, and didn't keep that the primary focus needed to be on the patient.
Okay. Matt, we'll go to the fourth one. Okay. The fourth opinion was a failure to advise Scott that Grace was overdosed with Precedex, preventing him from making informed decisions. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
And why not?
Well,
any of these breaches of standard of care?
Well, I'd kind of like her to explain why she disagrees with them. That's kind of the meat of the issue. Okay, go ahead.
Well, the first disagreement I have is with the word overdose, because I don't believe that she was overdosed. So that there was nothing to advise because it wasn't an overdose. The nurses, as we've talked about before, utilized Precedex appropriately. They had their titration parameters, they had goals in mind. They were utilizing the medication appropriately.
Want to go to number 5? The fifth opinion, failure to address Scott's concerns, dismissed him and damaged his ability to advocate effectively. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
And why not?
Again, I think the record reflects that there were attempts to address concerns even early on, such as concerns about nutritional intake, that they were working to try to do the best they could to address those concerns at the time. And I think there was no loss in communication at that point.
Okay. In fact, is that what we were seeing in those notes that we went through in fairly great detail earlier today?
Yeah, specifically the one that Nurse Middleton wrote on this exact date, yes.
Okay. Go to number 6. Number 6, a failure to clarify Scott's authority demonstrated continued dismissal of family role. Do you agree with that opinion?
Well, to be honest, I didn't even really understand what she was trying to outline with this opinion. It didn't quite make sense to me because it seems to be, again, not centered on the patient and her care. So I wasn't quite sure what she was trying to allude to with this breach.
I think you earlier alluded to the fact that Grace would be the patient.
Yes.
In this case, and you would not expect the medical records to be focusing upon a family member of Grace when she is in fact the patient.
No, I mean, the medical records need to reflect the medical care and about the patient. Yes.
Okay. And in your estimation, the medical records did so?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Matt, next page. Next one was alleged dismissal of Scott's clinical concerns, prevented opportunity for repair of relationship. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
And why not?
Well, I think we spent some time talking about that the documentation reflects how Nurse Barkholtz spent time trying to arrange a plan, even though that the father would not be physically at the bedside. And then once a plan was established, I think there's substantial evidence to show that they were still communicating, even though that there was not a physical. So to me, that does not equate a loss of advocacy.
At the same time, on October 9th and October 10th, there were some records that we were looking at from Nurse Fisher as well overnight?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And did those records demonstrate repeated attempts to react to Mr. Schara, to answer his questions, to explain the care was being explained, why the pump alarms were important and why it was important to have alarms on and why those alarms needed to be left alone?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, let's go to the next one. Okay. The eighth opinion, alleged failure to schedule the requested meeting with MD supervisor, dismissed his role. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
And why not?
Well, again, we saw that she's saying that no one ever tried to set up meetings, and we have multiple documentation by Emily Fisher that not only did she reach out to the physician and the supervisor, she then gave follow-up phone calls to make sure that the messages were received. So this just seems patently false to me.
Okay. Well, the next one, Matt. Ninth opinion, after eviction, failure to create comprehensive care plan for communication. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I don't.
And why not?
Well, as we mentioned a few moments ago, there was a plan in place for communication utilizing the phone was used, Facebook communication. So this virtual communication plan was established before the father was even left the facility. So I don't think there was a communication breakdown, and the record reflects that there were multiple times that they were in contact with the family after October the 10th, and even October the 10th and after those days as well.
And in fact, I believe we saw some notes from, I believe it was Nurse Hale. There were at least 3 or 4 conversations or calls on the 10th alone after Mr. Schara left the hospital.
Yes, there were.
Matt, we can flip to the next one. Okay. Jessica, not noted to be a new advocate, not or included in the plan. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, if she was not included, there wouldn't be documentation that the nurses were taking time to explain things like they talked about proning, nutrition, ABG results, et cetera. So if she included, they wouldn't have taken the time to explain it to her. The other thing that stood out to me is that they spoke with her and gave her information because they knew that she was able to receive that information. You know, there's strict guidelines about talking about patients' private medical information. You don't just talk to anyone about it. So the fact that they recognized that she was a family member and, you know, did have advocacy, they looped her in, shows that they recognized her role in the situation.
Okay. Matt, we can flip to the next one. 11. Nurse McGinnis did not discuss DNR order with Jessica or Scott. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Well, again, these are physician-driven conversations. These need to be had by the doctor with the patient and or their family members. These are not part of our practice to lead these discussions, to lead these conversations. I mean, the nurses don't have an informed consent duty with regards to resuscitation orders. So no, I did not think that Nurse McGinnis breached the standard of care by not having this conversation.
And it is not required by the standard of care for a nurse to have a conversation of this nature?
It is not, no.
Okay, thank you. Matt, the next one. Okay. Nurse McGinnis did not alert Jessica or a deterioration in clinical status. Do you agree with this opinion?
No, I do not. I'm sorry. No, I do not.
And why do you not agree?
Well, because once again, I don't think any of the documentation, be it the medical record, subsequent documentation after the fact, show that people are kept in the dark. There's a lot of communication between the nurses and the family. The Jessica alone was FaceTiming frequently. And then one other thing that stood out to me were what I'll refer to as letters that were written after the fact by both Jessica and Mr. Schara that recounted their recollection of the events, talking about how they kind of saw they were trying to encourage her to prone. They were trying to maybe even use their own pulse ox because they were concerned about, you know, the numbers that they were seeing. So the fact that they're alluding to these actions that they were taking earlier in the day tells me that they were aware that she was not doing well from a clinical standpoint, that this was not sprung upon them at the 11th hour.
Matt, the last slide, please. October 13th, Jess in the hallway screaming that she's not a DNR to a large group of nurses. This isn't really an opinion per se, but do you agree or have any thoughts with regard to this particular statement?
Well, I know we've touched upon it before, but again, as a nurse, I don't have the ability to just override orders that are in place at the request of a family or a patient. That it would be outside of my scope of practice to take an order that was established and blatantly go against it.
Okay. In fact, it would be problematic for a nurse to violate a DNR order.
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay, Matt, you can take it down. I just want to conclude with a few remaining questions. Nurse Davis, do you hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing probability as to whether the care rendered to Grace Schara by St. Elizabeth Hospital nursing staff at all times met the standard of care applicable to ICU nurses in October of 2021?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
I believe that the nurses met the standard of care.
Okay. Do you hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing probability as to whether Nurse Alison Barkholtz complied with the standard of care when she told Mr. Schara that he would need to leave the premises on the morning of October 10th?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
I think she was acting within the standard of care and following guidelines provided to her. Yes.
Okay. Do you hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing probability as to whether the removal of Mr. Schara from the hospital on the morning of October 10th caused or contributed in any way to Grace's death?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is that opinion?
I don't think it had a detrimental effect on the outcome for this patient, no.
Why is that?
Because the clinical picture doesn't support that. I mean, we saw that there were times when she was calm. We saw that there were times when she was able to prone. She had a caregiver at the bedside the next calendar day. So I don't see that just the removal of the father as an individual led to clinical deterioration. It doesn't match with what my clinical expertise with this is.
Okay. Do you hold an opinion to a reasonable degree of nursing probability as to whether there was any intervention that could have been taken by any member of the nursing staff on October 13th of 2021 that would have changed the outcome of this case?
I think absence of intubation, there was nothing that the nursing staff could have done to try to help her at that point, no.
Okay. Have all of the opinions that you stated today and in your report been stated to a reasonable degree of nursing probability?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing for me, Judge. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Judge.
I would like to apply.
Okay, the clerk will get that.
While we're getting set up here, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Michael Administer, and I represent the plaintiff in this case. We've not met before, have we?
No, we have not.
To start here, but since you went through all 13 of Nurse Eichinger's breaches of the standard of care, let me just start with where you ended. And you correct me if I'm wrong, but I tried to write down exactly what you said relative to the 13th breach that Nurse Eichinger identified. And I thought I heard you say that you disagree. Of course, you disagree with all 13 of them, and you think that everybody that was involved in this case did everything perfectly, correctly, according to your appreciation of nursing standards, correct?
I feel like the standard of care was met in regards to nursing care.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. I get it. So what I'm asking you is, did you say with respect to this 13th breach that Nurse Eichinger identified? And I'll read it to you. October 13th, Jess in the hallway screaming that she's not DNR to a large group of nurses. Nurse McGinnis should call Dr. Shokar stat. Do you remember that?
Do I remember saying that?
Do you remember seeing that as Mr. Frankowiak put it on the screen and asked you if you agreed with it?
I don't remember seeing the second half of that phrase, no. That should call the doctor stat.
That's exactly what it says. Nurse McGinnis should call the Dr. Shokar stat.
Being placed up on the screen so you can take a look at it.
We'll pull it up for you.
If you want to and take a look.
Okay, the one I have in front of me does not say that, so that's why I'm questioning.
Right. It's my understanding that you said in response to Mr. Frankowiak's question regarding that breach, it's outside of the scope of your practice to go against a doctor's order.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And actually, that's the one thing I agree with in all that you gave us today. It's certainly outside of your scope to go against a doctor's order. What I'm asking you is it outside of your scope as an ICU nurse to bring to the attention of an attending physician that there may be a disagreement or a misalignment between the patient and the DNR order?
No, it's fine to initiate a conversation.
Right. In fact, it could be critical. It could be life-saving to initiate such a conversation, correct?
Potentially, which is why I think that they have these conversations before emergency situations arise rather than in the situation in the moment.
Right. And I'm sure you've spoken to Mr. Frankowiak about the testimony that's occurred throughout this trial, haven't
Bits and pieces about things, yes.
you? Sure. And I'm sure that he told you that there has been testimony in this courtroom before you arrived that the family was not of the belief that she was a DNR, correct?
I think there's questions regarding that, yes.
Questions? What do you mean questions?
I mean, I think that it was very clear from the record, but that it was very clear in the record from what I reviewed that she was not to be intubated, and that Dr. Shokar had explained that the futility of intervening with CPR without intubation. That's what I believe.
Well, you reviewed the medical record, but was the family given access to the medical record in your experience?
No one's ever given access to a medical record when a patient is in the hospital because it's active. You're still continuing to add to the medical record. So no one will ever get access to it until a patient is concluded with care.
Or dead?
Concluded with care, yes.
Right. So how would the family members or the patient's advocate be aware of the fact there was a DNR order on the record? They would not.
Through communication with the staff.
Through communication with the staff?
Yes.
What staff?
Well, in this particular instance, Dr. Shokar.
Not the nursing staff?
Again, these are not nurse-driven conversations to be had.
I understand your opinion relative to who drives the conversation. I'm not talking about who drives the conversation. I'm talking about, isn't it reasonable to assume that a nurse who has one patient in the ICU would make certain that the family or the patient's advocate be aware of the status of a DNR order?
When the order is in place, then it is established, and the documentation reflects that the doctor has already had that conversation with the family.
The documentation reflects to whom? Only those persons who are having access to the medical record, correct? That's what you just told me.
But to the staff taking care, that's why the order is in place. That's a communication tool. The order reflects what has been decided.
Right. And it's only available to the staff, to the hospital staff, to nurses and physicians caring for this patient, not to the family members, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to where I planned to start this process. You know, I've taken great pains to understand your experience level. I recognize from your curriculum vitae that you provided to Mr. Frankowiak that you were a social studies teacher from 05 to 13, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you graduated in December of 04 from Georgia Yeah, I'm not asking you how long you've known Donna, but when you say your colleagues, were you nurses together?
We were.
She was a nurse?
She's retired, yes,
Where was this that you were nurses together?
at Piedmont East Side.
Which is in Snellville,
It is,
Georgia?
yes.
And at that time, was Donna Jones acting as an expert nurse consultant, a paid consultant?
Yes, and had been for many years.
Many years, yeah. And so she said, hey, this is a really good gig. You ought to consider joining me as a paid nurse consultant, right?
Not in that sense, no,
She didn't use those same words.
she did not.
No. But you recognized, as Donna was your colleague in Snellville, that you, this is a good sort of side gig, right?
She asked for my help and we worked together in conjunction for a time, and then I went off and started to review on my own, yes.
So you started to review on your own when you had been a nurse for 2.5 years. You started to give expert opinions to lawyers looking for nursing experts to support hospitals, as you had been out in the practice of nursing for 2.5 years.
Not on my own, not at that time, no.
What do you mean not on your own?
So I worked with Donna almost as working in tandem, and we reviewed together and she taught me, and it's almost like a preceptorship of nursing. So I worked with her for a while, and then as time went on and became more comfortable, then I began to review independently.
Right. And it's a considerable boost to your annual income, this paid for expert gig, right?
It's not consistent income. So, I mean, there's times when it's better than others, but there's also periods where I don't review. So it's not consistent.
Did I use the word consistent in my question? I don't think I did.
The consistency would be how I would determine if it was a boost.
Oh, I see. So it's not a consistent boost, it's just a periodic boost, occasional boost.
There are times when I'm working more doing review work than others, yes.
And, you know, when I look at Exhibit 306, ask to publish, permission to publish 306. Thank you. This appears to be your CV, or what some people would call a resume, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you talk about your experience at the very top, where you've been a nurse, a registered nurse, charge nurse, intensive care unit in Snellville and Jasper, Georgia. And below that, you've added that IQVIA, how did you pronounce that?
IQVIA.
IQVIA. And then it says Nihon Koden. What on earth is that?
So IQVIA is a medical consulting firm, and they work with companies for medical products. And so I am contracted with IQVIA, but the medical product that I work on is Neon Koden monitors.
I see. And you indicate in your CV that you provide classroom training and go live support, right?
Yes.
But nowhere in this CV do you indicate your employment with Vident Partners, which is your paid for medical consulting service.
So Vident is a new consulting firm. This is the first time that I've collaborated with them on a case. All my work before and continuing is with Donna Jones.
Okay. I'm not sure I asked you about when you first, or strike that. So let's establish this. Mr. Frankowiak hired you through Donna Jones, correct? That's a yes or no question.
I'm going to explain how my understanding.
I'm not asking you for an explanation.
On cross-examination.
Did Mr. Frankowiak hire you through Donna Jones?
No.
Okay. How did he, go ahead. How did he hire you?
So he had a relationship with Vidant. Vidant is a consulting firm that finds experts in the medical field. They were looking for somebody from the ICU nursing area. Donna and the head of Vidant had had collaborated for years and years in the past. So they knew each other. So he reached out to Donna and said, hey, do you know somebody? Donna said, yes, I do. And then I was put in touch with.
This would be Marty Eisenberg?
Correct.
Why is it that you failed to list an expert witness consultant on your CV?
Because anytime that it's brought up, we're discussing it and it's part of it. So it didn't need to be part. This is to talk about my nursing experience in the field at the bedside.
Okay. And with the retainers that we've been provided by Mr. Frankowiak's office that indicate billing and payments, have you seen those invoices?
I believe that I was shown them during my deposition.
Let me just present it to her. Okay. May I approach, Judge? Thank you. With the mark as defendant's exhibit, I'm sorry, just exhibit 95 and exhibit 96. So there are no surprises if you've seen those documents before.
95, yes, I've seen this letter before. And then I believe this looks like the invoices that were brought up when I had my deposition. They look
Sure.
familiar, yeah.
And we wouldn't have any way of getting those if your lawyer didn't supply them to us, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
How else would we get a hold of your invoices if they weren't provided to us by your lawyer?
Again, I don't handle the billing side of things, so I won't comment.
Okay, you don't handle the billing side, but we've got a letter here dated March 25th of 2024. Dear Ms. Davis, and it's on the stationery of the Otgen law firm, and it's signed by Mr. Frankowiak, correct?
Yes. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
And he's providing you with that letter is in order to transmit to you certain documents that he's asking you to review and render an opinion that the nursing staff met the standard of care, correct?
In this letter, he's showing me that he will be providing me with materials that I will use to formulate my opinion.
Exactly. And another area where I'm looking for you to correct me here if I got this wrong. It's my understanding, based upon the outset of your direct testimony here this morning, that you said you receive $135 an hour for reviews and $250 per hour for testimony. Does that testimony include deposition or trial?
It does.
So you're charging Mr. Frankowiak $250 an hour to be here today?
I am.
Does that include your travel time?
It does not.
Okay. And when does the clock start?
For travel?
For trial?
Oh.
Testimony?
So when I was asked to be at the courthouse this morning.
Okay. And I've provided you with a copy of this invoice, which we have on the screen. That's Exhibit 96. And it appears that there was a retainer, the first charge on that first page, invoice number 2455. It's dated 3/20/2024 at the top. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes, I can.
And it indicates there's a non-refundable retainer for the services of Julie Davis, and that amount is $2,600, correct?
Yes, it says that.
Right. And then when we go to the next page, dated less than a month later on April 15th, 2024, tax day for a lot of people, it appears that there are 3 entries based upon your review of medical records on 3/29/2020. All these dates are 2024. On 3/29, you spent 3.5 hours review of medical records, complaint, and plaintiff expert report. Another 3 hours on 4/3, review of medical records, complaint, and plaintiff expert report. And on 4/8/2024, you've got a 1-hour phone call with attorney Frankowiak. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And it indicates that your hourly rate there is $345 per hour for review of medical records. So where does the inconsistency between your testimony come and this report?
So in this particular case, there are 2 middlemen, so to speak. So the invoices that I provided Donna Jones was not at a rate of $345. I billed her at the rate and she submits it to Vidant, and then Vidant submitted it to the Oatgen law firm. So I imagine any discrepancy in what I charge and the rate that was charged includes markup for both of the consulting firms that are in the middle of this case.
So these 2 middlemen, are they actually doing anything that moves the ball forward, so to speak?
As that's not my role, I can't speak to what they do.
Despite your years of experience with Donna Jones, you don't know how this works, that she's a middleman taking a cut of your fee?
The years that I spent when we worked side by side was going over how to look at records, how to, kind of review them, talking about applicable standard of care. We never spent the time talking about billing and invoices and retainers.
Let's look at the second page of that Vidant Partners document. Indicates on the top of their invoice letterhead that they're in York, Maine. Have you ever traveled to York, Maine to the offices of Vidant Partners?
No, I have not.
If we look at May 31st of 2024, it looks to me as if they have charged attorney Frankowiak for 12.5 hours of phone call. Is that your phone call with Jason Frankowiak?
I think we had addressed this when I was deposed, that it appears that it's been a typo for the line item before that, the reviewing of the records, complaints, and the plaintiff expert reports. It looks like it's been transposed because my recollection was the phone call was 1 hour, not 12.5.
Oh, so what you're saying is that amount of hours was transposed from the entry above on 5/30?
Yes, I think it's a typo, yes.
Right. And so then in order to clarify, what you did was spend an additional 12.5 hours, review of medical records, complaint, and plaintiff expert report, which you'd already done on 2 previous occasions from the first invoice, correct?
As new information became available, I would sometimes have to go back and review the records to compare and
Did the complaint, was that new information that became available to you, the complaint?
well, and again, that might have just been a moment of review, but I was being comprehensive in any of the documentation I was looking at.
Expert report change between 3/29 and 4/15 of 2024?
Again, as I was going back and reviewing more information, this is the time that I spent to do that work.
I understand. So I suppose the way this works is you keep track of your hours. You actually send your hours to Donna Jones. Donna Jones puts them in a machine. She boosts the charge and sends them to Marty Eisenberg. Marty Eisenberg at Vidant Partners then sends the bill to Jason Frankowiak.
I believe that's how that works.
Boy. Do you have any idea how much Mr. Frankowiak has paid for your services to date?
I do not know.
Have you taken any time to review the invoices either from Marty Eisenberg, Donna Jones, or Vidant Partners to see what he has received or what he has paid for your services?
I have not, no.
So if I can extrapolate from what has been billed thus far, and we're only in possession of a few invoices, invoices from 3/20/24, 4/15/24, 6/13/24. That's a big one. And 2/6/2025. It indicates there's a flat fee for deposition testimony, $2,500, and payment must be received no later than 10 days prior. Are you aware that the charge was $2,500 flat fee for your deposition?
I'm aware of what I invoice Donna for the work that I do.
So your answer is no, you're not aware that there was a $2,500 flat fee for your deposition?
I don't know what the flat fee was, no.
That's a no.
It's a no.
So then we have another one on January 9th. Review of plaintiff expert report again, and a phone call with attorney Frankowiak, another 1 hour, about a week before Christmas. And that's it. That's all we have. Have you done no additional work since December 15th, 2024 on this case?
Well, I have since I've been deposed since that time as well, so yes.
Right. That deposition took place on March the 6th. It looks like, according to another Vidant Partners submittal, there's 6.5 hours deposition prep, 7 hours deposition. Did it take 7 hours for your deposition?
Yes, it did.
And your travel to the deposition was 4 hours?
Travel for the meeting, pre-deposition meeting, 1 hour there, 1 hour back, and then the day of the deposition, 1 hour there, 1 hour back, yes.
And the invoice is just zeros. There are no amounts listed in that document. Did you just do that no charge, or is that in error?
I didn't create this document, so I can't speak to that, but no, I was compensated for the deposition.
You were compensated, and
Yes.
you were compensated for the prep that was involved, and you're compensated for the phone calls with Mr. Frankowiak, and you were compensated for the travel, correct?
I was.
As a paid for hire expert, giving an opinion that the nursing staff at St. Elizabeth's met all aspects of the standard of care, correct?
I'm paid to review the documentation and the records that are provided and offer my opinion.
Correct. And you've been doing that since you were out of nursing school for 2.5 years, correct?
Not independently, no.
No. You've never supervised, hired, or fired a single nurse in your career, have you?
I have not.
You're aware of the fact that nurse Susie Eichenberg has supervised nurses in ICUs all across this land for the last 37 years. You're aware of that?
I never saw her CV, so if it was in her deposition transcript, I don't recall that at this time.
You have referred to the Delta wave. By that, I assume you're talking about the Delta, what we've known as the Delta surge.
The Delta variant,
call
yeah,
it
the wave.
The Delta variant, the Delta surge, the Delta wave. What we're talking about is an increase in COVID in hospitals in late 2021, the fall of 2021, correct?
Yes,
And do you know how many patients the nursing staff at St. Elizabeth's were taken care of in the ICU on October 12th of 2021?
I do not.
Do you know how many nurses were attached to Grace Schara's care in the ICU on October 12th, 2021?
Well, on record, there's a primary nurse assigned to her for each shift.
Who would that be?
I'd have to refer to the record to give the exact name.
After all the review of this record and your testimony earlier about having met the standard of care, you don't remember the nurse's name?
I remember Holly McGinnis was involved with their care during that day, but I can't recall the night nurse off the top of my head.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I can tell you that was Sam Haynes periodically. Does that name ring a bell?
It does.
I'm talking about primarily the day shift, 7A to 7P, the registered nurse that would have taken care of Grace Schara during that period of time on October 12th.
The record that I saw reflected Holly McGinnis.
Right, of course. So we're going to focus on Holly McGinnis, who you believe has completely met the standard of care in every possible aspect here, correct?
I believe that she met the standard of care, yes.
And she only had one patient over a 12-hour shift. Is that correct?
I have no knowledge of that.
Well, if I were to tell you that testimony has come out from that witness stand in this trial, that the ratio of patient to nurses at St. Elizabeth's in the ICU in October 2021 was 1-to-1, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I mean, I've not seen any documentation that reflects anything about ratio. None of that has been brought up to my attention prior to right now, so.
Okay, let's go about it this way, because I want to nail this down, right? Based upon your interpretation of what happened here and that the nursing care met all standards of care. Did you see, based upon your extensive review of these medical records, did you see any entries by a registered nurse in the ICU on October 12th or the 13th other than Holly McGinnis?
Not that I recall off the top of my head, no.
Right, right. And that would lead a reasonably prudent expert to believe that she was the only nurse that was caring for Grace Schara during those days and those shifts. Correct?
I mean, all patients have a primary nurse assigned to them, so the documentation is going to reflect the primary nurse. That doesn't tell me if Holly had other patients or not.
You have conducted an extensive review going back years now, hours and hours of these medical records. Are you here to tell this jury that Holly McGinnis was just like the supervisor of a whole group of nurses that were caring for Grace?
No, I'm saying that typically as a nurse, you take in an ICU setting, the typical ratio is 2 patients to 1 nurse. So she could have been taking care of a whole nother individual within that unit. The medical records wouldn't show me that because the medical records are only Grace's. I don't have access to any of the other patients within the unit at that time.
Well, let me represent to you as someone who sat here and listened to it, that Nurse McGinnis has testified that she had 1 patient to care for over that 12-hour shift. Does that make sense to you now based upon what you've reviewed in the medical record?
The medical records doesn't tell me either way if she had 1 patient, 2 patients, 10 patients. The medical record only shows that she was the primary nurse documenting in that patient's medical record.
And I think you've already answered this. You didn't see any reference to any other nurse making a notation in the medical record on October 12th or 13th between the hours of 7A and 7P.
No, because they weren't the primary nurse for the patient.
Primary, secondary, I mean, we haven't seen any nurses that came in and testified that they cared for her during those timeframes other than Holly McGinnis. Are you unwilling to agree that we've established that it's a 1-to-1 ratio, 1 nurse to 1 patient?
I'm unwilling to say that the medical record would tell me how many patients Holly had that day. The medical record shows me she is the primary nurse charting for Grace on those 2 days. Do I know if she's charting in any other patient's medical records in the ICU? I have no way of knowing that.
Can we just, it's 1-to-1, right? That's what she testified to, Mr. Frankowiak?
I believe that's what the testimony
Okay,
was.
so I think what the attorney's trying to tell you is that's what the testimony has been. That's what the jurors have heard.
Okay,
So
and
I'd just like you to accept that as true.
but I'm saying that there would be no way for me to discern that from the medical records.
Thank you. You would admit you would agree with me, would you not, that the standard of care for nursing did not change during COVID?
I would disagree with that statement.
Can the court reporter read the question back, please? And your answer was you disagree with that?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, the standard of care has to evolve over time with the changing landscape of nursing. So as new technology or new, medications and all that are introduced into our world, then the standard changes as far as what becomes kind of the norm of what is practiced. So with new medications, with new ways of, like we weren't really proning patients with the regularity and the frequency as we were during, these waves of COVID. So, you could argue that those kind of actions change at the time.
What you're talking about seems to me to be if there were new medications that were put into the hospital system during COVID, that changed the standard of care?
It would evolve the standard of care. We would have to evolve our practice and how we took care of our patients as new things are introduced into our nursing world.
Right. You've testified previously that Grace's Down syndrome didn't really matter to you in terms of your assessment of what occurred during her hospitalization, correct?
Yes.
You know almost nothing about Grace Schara, do you?
What I'm here to do is talk about the nursing care. So none of the patients that I review do I ever know individually or know about them personally.
Well, what about as it relates to, for instance, if a BiPAP mask were attached to a patient and was flopping down because their ears couldn't hold the mask? Is that important for you to know?
If there's something about a patient's anatomy, then that could be something that could be amended, sure.
Amended?
That if there was something on any patient, if they were missing an arm and I needed to put a blood pressure cuff somewhere else or something like that. So you always take the patient as an individual into consideration.
Right, sure. And isn't it important when you're going to offer opinions relative to the care and treatment of nursing staff that you pay attention to the patient, the individual patient that we're talking about, right?
Yes, I have to look at the patient as a whole, absolutely.
Exactly, yeah. Do you know anything about the care team that was established in this hospital?
Can you clarify what you mean by care team?
Don't you, how would you define care team?
Well, a care team to me would be people that are involved taking care in a sense of doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, dietitian, different therapy services, that sort of thing.
Now, I noted that you went through all 13 of Nurse Eichinger's criticisms and ways that she felt these nurses deviated from accepted standards of nursing care, correct?
Yes, we went through them.
Yeah. And you disagreed with all 13 of them, correct?
I did.
And what do you know about the plan of care that had been established?
Well,
if anything.
Well, the plan of care is the overarching goals of when the patient is in the hospital, what you're hoping to achieve and accomplish while they're there. So the plan of care is riddled throughout the documentation and the records. That can be through medications given, it can be through treatments they received, it can be through consults, other services that they bring on. All of that gives the comprehensive picture of what are we trying to do? What is our goals and what is the plan that we're trying to establish?
And you knew when you took on this responsibility that you were going to be giving expert opinion on behalf of nurses that were practicing in the state of Wisconsin, correct?
I knew that when I took this on, I was going to review the records and offer my opinion to Mr. Frankowiak, and then if it developed into testimony from there, then yes, I would be offering opinions, yes.
That's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at, you knew when you took this case at some point, maybe not at the very beginning, but at some point when you're talking to Mr. Frankowiak, did you learn that this care occurred in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, that was clear from the records at the very beginning.
Exactly. And did you then take it upon yourself to learn anything about the Wisconsin Nurse Practices Act?
Well, the Wisconsin Nurse Practices Act is no different than other state acts in that it helps develop and set the standard of care and the scope of practices for nurses. It's a governing body for nurses.
Right. To set forth minimum practice standards for nurses practicing in the state of Wisconsin, correct?
That's what the Wisconsin one would specifically say, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And within that Nurse Practices Act, there is a definition of a nursing diagnosis. Are you familiar with the term nursing diagnosis?
I've heard it, yes.
Do you believe that it's a real thing, a nursing diagnosis?
I believe it is something that a nurse develops and formulates with their planning, their expertise, their time with that patient for the care when they're providing it for that patient.
Would you agree with the following statement? A judgment made by a nurse following a nursing assessment of a patient's actual or potential health needs for the purpose of establishing a nursing care plan is the nursing diagnosis.
I think that it can play a part, that the nursing the way that they interpret the situation and because they spend so much time with the patient, the care that they provide, that they can provide what they think is a diagnosis that can be incorporated into a plan. Yes.
It sounds like a long way of answering that question, that you do understand there is such a thing as a nursing diagnosis in the state of Wisconsin. Fair enough?
Yeah, I mean, there's this thing as a nursing diagnosis in any state. It's part of our
I
education.
think we're just focusing on Wisconsin, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Yeah, then yes.
Thank you. And with regard to planning under general nursing procedures, would it make sense that you need to develop a nursing plan of care for a patient?
I think, yes, you need to have a plan before you can implement an action. Yes.
And that would include goals and priorities derived from the nursing diagnosis, correct?
The nursing diagnosis could be included in developing the plan. Yes.
And you testified during your direct testimony in response to a question by Mr. Frankowiak that you would never counter, I'm not sure what your exact word was, but it had to do with the issue of questioning Dr. Shokar's order on certain medications. Do you remember that testimony?
I think the point I was trying to make was that if a nurse has a question about an order, it would not be inappropriate for them to raise that concern with the provider.
Right. In fact, it goes beyond that, beyond not inappropriate. It isn't as an aspect of your goal, your role as a safety check on medications being delivered, that you should in fact consult with a provider if you have a question relative to certain medications being delivered to the patient.
If you have a concern about a medication, then yes, you can address it with the provider.
And in fact, if you know or should know that a certain act relative to medications may harm a patient, you as an RN in the ICU are required to confer with the ordering physician, correct?
I think that you would have to take that on an individualized, specific basis. I think that's an overarching way of looking at it. Since the providers are the ones who prescribe and order the medication, their rationale for doing so is going to play into the part of why that order was placed in the first place for us to administer the medication.
Yeah. 97. As Exhibit 97. Can you identify this document for the jury, please?
This says morphine sulfate injection. It looks like it gives some warnings in relation to the drug morphine. I'm familiar with package inserts in a way that they exist, yes, but it's not something that's commonly reviewed by bedside nurses, no.
You're familiar with warnings that are distributed relative to certain medications, such as morphine, correct?
I'm aware that medications can have warnings with, yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
So we're going to put Exhibit 97 up on the screen. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions regarding it in conjunction with this issue of safety pursuant to the Wisconsin Nurse Practices Act. Okay, we've got Exhibit 97 up on the screen and you have it in front of you. I'd like to direct your attention to under the big block that says warning, addiction, misuse, et cetera, in the second paragraph, would you read the title of that paragraph for us, please?
Life-threatening respiratory depression.
Correct. And tell me if I'm reading this correctly. Under life-threatening respiratory depression, it says serious life-threatening or fatal respiratory depression may occur with use of a morphine sulfate injection. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
And you would agree with me, would you not, that Grace Schara received a morphine injection on October 13th of 2021?
she did.
And below that, the next line says, monitor for respiratory depression, especially during initiation of morphine sulfate injection or following a dose increase. You would agree with me, would you not, that it's the province of the ICU nurse to be monitoring for respiratory depression, correct?
Yes, that's part of our role.
Of course, that's part of your role. And down on the bottom paragraph within that block, you tell me, what does the title of that paragraph say?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what part you're referring
It
to.
begins with the word risks. The last
Oh,
paragraph.
risks from concomitant use with benzodiazepines or other CNS depressants.
And so would you agree, how would you define the term concomitant?
Say in conjunction, used together.
Used together, right? Yeah. So there are risks, according to this document, of using morphine with these other drugs, benzodiazepines or other CNS depressants, correct?
Yes,
And it says right here, concomitant use of opioids with benzodiazepines or other CNS depressants, including alcohol, may result in profound sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death. Does it say that?
it does.
And does it also say on the third dot, limit dosages and durations to the minimum required?
It does.
And does it also say at the very bottom, follow patients for signs and symptoms of respiratory depression and sedation?
It does.
And so nurses should be aware of these risks associated with the concomitant administration of morphine with these different CNS depressants, correct?
Yes, if these are medications we use, we should be aware.
Right. And you testified to understanding the pharmacological impact of these medications previously in your lengthy expert opinion. Did you not?
Yes,
And just so there's no confusion, when we talk about benzodiazepines and other CNS depressants, would you include lorazepam in that group?
that's a benzodiazepine, yes.
It is a benzodiazepine, right? What about Precedex? Does that also fall into that benzodiazepine family?
No,
It does not. CNS depressant?
potentially, yes.
Potentially a CNS depressant.
Mhm.
Did you obtain any specialized education, study, or training in pharmacology?
No,
Did you obtain any specialized education, training, or study in toxicology?
no,
So you're not here to testify as a toxicologist, correct?
correct.
Yet you gave opinions to this jury that in your opinion, these drugs would not have a synergistic effect. Did you not?
My opinion is that these are commonly used medications in the ICU setting that we use concurrently with each other as we are monitoring our patients.
And because they are, quote, commonly used in the ICU setting, without respect to individualized patients, you think that it's perfectly within the standard of care to give those types of medications and the dosages that were given here without regard to whether they could harm the patient?
I think that the dosages were appropriate and in line with what is given in an ICU setting for this patient, and that I think the nurses were monitoring their patient appropriately.
Frank Kowiak introduced Exhibit 93, which is your 15-page report dated February 10th, 2025. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on page 12 of 15, one thing really jumped out at me. You indicate in the second full paragraph on page 12, Nurse Eichinger also questions why some reversal agent was not administered, but reversing a medication that was purposefully administered and was demonstrated to be helpful in reducing respiratory rate is profoundly illogical. Are those your words?
They are.
As
yes, they are.
contained in your report?
Yes.
Profoundly illogical. Were you making reference solely to October 13th without any view toward what occurred on October 7th and 8th?
She was referring to the reversal agent in regards to the events of October 13th. And so I'm responding to that statement.
Right. And it's my understanding that despite your lack of training in toxicology and pharmacology, you're willing to say that what occurred to Grace Schara on October 7th and 8th was not an overdose. Is that what I understood your testimony to be?
I do not believe she experienced an overdose, no.
Right. Yet, would it surprise you to know that a board-certified toxicologist hired by the defense in this case came into this courtroom, sat in the very seat that you're sitting in, and admitted that what happened on October 7th and 8th was an overdose, according to his definition? Would that surprise you?
I would have to see the context and hear the whole thing. So
Okay.
I wasn't witness to that testimony.
Of course you weren't. No,
Let me
because
just make sure. So I'd like you to answer the question, because if he had misrepresented something, one of the attorneys would have been jumping up and down.
Okay.
So would it surprise you is the question?
Yes, it would surprise me.
okay, let's do it this way. If a toxicologist came into this courtroom and testified as to the definition in his practice of an overdose, would you defer to that person's definition?
I would have to see it in the substance and the context of what he was referring to.
Her elevated D-dimer, is that a result of the use of Precedex? Do you know?
I don't know a correlation. I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of what a D-dimer is?
As a laboratory value, yes.
That's it? I mean, that's as far as you can define it for me?
That's, yes.
Grace had a elevated white blood cell count, did she not, while she was on Precedex?
I don't recall the value right now to know if it was elevated or not.
Precedex a steroid?
No.
Is dexamethasone a steroid?
Yes.
And was she on dexamethasone?
Yes.
And can steroids increase white blood cell count?
Not that I'm aware of.
She was agitated while she was on Precedex, wasn't she?
At times.
And she was without her family for the first time in her life. Were you aware of that?
I had no knowledge of that.
And are you aware that Ascension's policy allowed a patient with special needs to have an advocate with her?
We addressed that in the guidelines that we looked at. Yes, so I was aware.
You were aware, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that a 19-year-old Downs patient who'd never been away from her family in her entire life was in need of an active advocate during this hospital stay?
I think that that was a decision that the nurses were not making at this time, and that was something that was above there.
I didn't ask you who was making the decision. My question was very simple. Do you believe that a 19-year-old Downs patient who was without her family for the first time in her life required an active advocate? Yes or no?
Yes, I think that would have been beneficial to her, sure.
Did Nurse Barkholtz, was she aware of the adverse events that occurred on October 7th and October 8th?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't there a reference in the medical record to Nurse Haynes handing off a shift to Nurse Barkholtz?
From what I recall, Nurse Barkholtz was in a charge nurse capacity. I don't remember her being a primary nurse.
As a charge nurse, should she be aware that there was an adverse event that occurred with a patient in her ICU on October 7th and 8th requiring reversal agents?
Well, no reversal agents were administered, in my opinion, so that wouldn't have been something that was passed on.
Relative, are we talking about the same thing? Relative to the overdosage or oversedation that occurred on October 7th into October 8th?
Well, again, I don't think that an overdose did occur, but I don't recall what would be classified as a reversal agent ever being administered.
Okay. What should a nurse in the ICU do if a patient's power of attorney chose to revoke a DNR?
Well, again, since this should be physician driven, then they could present that there's a concern to the physician so that they could have a conversation.
So what you're saying is they should present that concern to the attending.
To the physician, yes. Mm-hmm.
Also known as an attending, correct? I mean,
There's different classifications, but depending on the time and the day and all that, the attending might not be available, but yes.
okay, let's just say to a doctor, to any doctor that was treating the patient that may be nearby, would it be responsible for the ICU nurse to report that to a doctor?
Yes, if the conversation topic is broached, they can pass that information on to the doctor, yes.
So there was testimony in this courtroom this week, I think, that Grace's sister Jessica, while Grace was in a very difficult straits on October 13th, that she went out into the hallway shouting to the nurses that were standing nearby that her sister was not a DNR. Can you accept that may have occurred if I relay that to you?
Yes.
And as a registered nurse in the ICU, under those circumstances, isn't it incumbent upon the nurse to relay that information to a doctor?
Yes, they can pass that information on, yes.
Family member who is included in the power of attorney has just told us the patient is not a DNR, yet we have it listed in the chart as a DNR. This could be a life-threatening circumstance that needs clarification, does it not?
Well, hence why I think that the subject was broached prior to October the 13th, and Nurse McGinnis actually documented that she was seeking clarification at that time.
Is there anything in the medical record that leads you to believe that Nurse McGinnis was aware that there was a life-threatening event that occurred on October the 7th and 8th?
Well, again, I disagree with the idea of a life-threatening incident, but standard report from nurse to nurse between shift to shift is not something that would be reflected in the medical record.
The standard report wouldn't be reflected.
Correct. Our reporting
In other
tools.
words, go ahead.
So report between nurses, between shifts to pass along information is not something that is documented within the medical record.
The substance of the report is what you're saying.
Meaning that if you and I were handing off between shifts, I don't go ahead and report off to you and I don't turn around and then put that straight into the medical record.
I
That's a
understand.
communication tool that happens face to face within the hospital.
Right. I get it. So what you're saying is the medical record wouldn't contain the specifics of that handoff. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, it wouldn't contain any specifics between any nurse at any time between reporting off between shifts.
Right, but what I'm asking you is that isn't it custom and usage, isn't it within the reasonable standard of care for a nurse when turning over a shift to notify the nurse that is coming on shift of any important facts that occurred during that prior shift?
Yes, that would be part of what we would communicate in our report, yeah.
Is it a breach of the standard of care for a nurse to fail to turn off Precedex when ordered to do so by a doctor?
Would it be a breach if a nurse did not follow a doctor's order? Is that-
Basically, that's what the question seeks to answer.
In most parts, yes, our job is to follow doctor's orders, yes.
Correct. And what about entry of certain times? Isn't there a practice among nurses and within this nursing standard of care to write an entry that in an entry, if it's a late entry, to identify it in that fashion?
Not necessarily. I think that it's understood among practitioners that putting patient care first is the priority and that I'm not going to stop what I'm doing to go enter the computer. I mean, even at a standard doctor's office, they're not going to do that. So no, I would say that it's not the standard of care to have to use the phrase late entry. No.
You're good. That's not the question I asked you. The question I asked is, isn't it standard to make an entry in the record that says late entry if it's placed in the record in a late fashion?
No, because things are time stamped. So no, practice would not be having to use the phrase late entry.
So because things are time stamped, are you telling me that there's no way for you to identify that an entry is late or timely?
So typically you could see maybe when the document was maybe initiated or began, and then when it was like published or resulted, depending on the charting system. So sometimes you'll see that people start to author notes early or go put things in later, and then you can see kind of a published time that go along with it.
Does a registered nurse in the ICU have a duty to inform the patient's advocate of any adverse events that have occurred in the ICU?
I think that, communication in general about what is going on with the patient. If an adverse effect did occur, then that would be something that could be communicated, yes.
Is it something that should be communicated to a patient's advocate?
If an adverse event did occur, then yes, that would be something you would communicate.
If this was your child and you were on the phone and learned that there was an entry in your child's record that stated she was DNR, and you believed that was in error, what would you be doing to the nurses about that?
Well, again, I would have had a conversation way before the point that we were at. These conversations begin in admission, and they can continue over the whole time that the patient is in the hospital. So no, I mean, most people don't find out what's in their medical chart while they're in the hospital because it's an active record. So that's why a conversation is had. And then once the decision is made, that's why the order is there, because that reflects the decision of the conversation.
Did I hear you offer testimony previously in response to questions from Mr. Frankowiak that you were rendering an opinion on the cause of death here?
I'm not a causation expert, no.
You're not, right? And as a result, you can't also, like the flip side of that is you can't really offer any expert testimony as to an inability to prevent her death, can you?
I can offer my opinion based on my expertise and experience in situations with patients of this similar nature.
Finished. Got two questions for you. Is it a breach of the standard of care for a nurse to administer morphine to a patient without a pulse?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Um,
Come on up, and why don't,
But maybe I can,
no, I mean, because everybody should just take their time, and I imagine, I don't want to rush anybody, but I know they've been sitting there for over an hour and a half, so we
oh
can take.
no, I'm almost done. I'm gonna change the question and it might alleviate
Okay.
Mr. Goosey's concern.
All right.
Is it a breach of the standard of care for a nurse to administer morphine to a patient without a palpable blood pressure?
I know. Okay, and the jury will be able to decide the evidence, so the objection's overruled. I think it's in evidence. Go ahead.
so not having a blood pressure would suggest that, that there's death there. So you wouldn't be administering morphine in a situation that would call for that.
Okay. Based upon your review of these medical records, you were able to appreciate that Grace Schara was without an advocate from October 10th until October the 12th. Was that a period where she should have had an advocate in her room?
It is my opinion that Grace never lost advocacy at any point during her admission. Yes, there was a point when there was not a physical person at the bedside, but there are people who have power of attorney all over this country who don't have somebody physically there. I think that the communication reflects that there was still family interaction. And no, I do not think for any moment during her stay that advocacy was lost, no.
Did you say that you don't think for any moment in her stay, her advocacy was lost?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions for this witness.
I think back to you, Attorney Frankowiak.
Nurse Davis, I won't take too long, hopefully, but I just have a few clarification questions. I think you had mentioned that orders are typically a communication tool to tell the staff about, about things and how they should react to certain situations.
Certain orders can be, yes.
For example, a DNR order would tell the staff what the result of was between a conversation between a doctor and a patient on that issue, on whether the patient desired or the patient's family desired a DNR.
Yes, that would be the result of the decision that was made with the physician and the patient and or their family.
I think you told me earlier that when, for example, an order like, for example, a DNR is issued, that the nursing staff has the right to rely upon that order.
Absolutely.
And did you see anything in the record to suggest that Nurse McGinnis had any reason to believe that that was not an order that was agreed to by the Schara family pursuant to a very extensive discussion that was held by Dr. Shokar?
I saw nothing that she shouldn't have relied on the order that she had.
Okay. In fact, if Holly wanted to look at the record and were to see the extent of that very, very detailed discussion that Dr. Shokar had, she could actually avail herself of that and look at this big discussion that he had in the record.
Once he documented his progress note that included that information, she would have had access to look at it in the medical record, yes.
And just so I understand, you saw nothing in the record to suggest that Holly had any reason to believe that there was any question relative to that order?
I did not know.
Okay. There was some discussion about your experience, I guess, and your education. I think questions about the fact that you had been a social studies teacher prior to becoming a nurse. You recall that?
I was, yes.
Okay, okay. Well, in this case, by the way, some of my favorite teachers are social studies teachers, so thank you. But in this case, we're talking about care in a COVID ICU unit. True?
Yes.
And did you care for patients as a nurse in an ICU unit throughout the entirety of the COVID pandemic?
Since 2015 to the present day, I have been working in an ICU setting, yes. So
Okay.
that would cover 2020 and 2021, yes.
So as I calculate, as I understand, the pandemic stretched somewhere between, I think in Wisconsin, we had a declaration of emergency. It started in like mid-March of 2020 when COVID really hit and everything shut down. And this case occurred in October of 2021, probably 15 to 17 months, if my math is correct, between the beginning of the pandemic and when this case occurred. Fair to state?
Yes,
And you would have been caring for patients on a full-time basis in an ICU suffering from COVID throughout that entire period of time?
yes, I worked in the ICU taking care of COVID patients during that time, yes.
Did you have any breaks in that time when you were caring for those patients?
No, in fact, I mean, for that overlap of 2021, I was working at 2 different hospitals in 2 different ICUs, taking care of COVID patients in different parts of the state. So I actually took an extra job on.
Brought up to you, I think you were asked a question about, did you know that Nurse Eichinger had many years supervising other nurses? Something you recall that question?
I do.
Were you aware of Nurse Eichinger's testimony indicating that she cared for COVID patients? Her entire extensive experience caring for COVID patients in an ICU consisted of 3 months between August and October of 2021, at which point she quit her job because of the stress that had been caused by those 3 months of caring for COVID patients.
I think I recall something from her deposition testimony that said she had been working in a surgical services area, and as the numbers in the cases of surgeries were low, she was pulled to help work in an ICU for a few months. That's what I recall.
Okay, so if I lay aside the fact that you had been a social studies teacher at some point in your life, and I just look only at a comparison of your experience caring for COVID patients in the ICU, at least between March of 2020 and October of 2021, I could say that you had many, many more months of experience than does Nurse Eichinger.
I think that would be an accurate statement.
Okay. We asked a number of questions about your charges and your relationship with some entity called Vidant and things of that nature. Do you provide your expertise as a nurse when you do consulting?
Meaning, do I provide patient care during the review process?
Well, no, let me rephrase the question a little bit. I provided you some records to review in this case. Did I not?
You did, yes.
Okay. And I asked you, could you just look at these records and tell me what you think?
Yes.
Okay. Did I tell you anything about the case or what I wanted you to find or instruct you in any way?
No, it was an objective look, yes.
At some point, did you get back to me and say, I've looked at the records, these are my opinions?
Yes, as documented in the phone calls that we had. That's what that covered.
And in fact, if you had looked at the records and determined that you did not think the standard of care was met, you would have told me you couldn't help me.
I would have, and in fact, I have for other attorneys in the past, for other cases that have been brought up, and I've told them that I thought that there were breaches in the standard of care, or that, you know, I couldn't support certain ideas, and I've had to give that opinion to them. So I have done that before, yes.
Okay, and have you done that a fair amount of times?
I'd say a handful of times. I
Okay.
mean, it comes up from time to time. The cases vary, you know, about ICU care because we take care of such a wide variety of patients that, and of course it's going to depend, you know, sometimes it's a plaintiff's attorney that asks me to review, sometimes it's a defense attorney. So that kind of, you know, can affect things as well.
That was going to be my next question. It was suggested that you.
For a second, I get a little uncomfortable when I have a jury sitting here for an hour and 45 minutes. So how much more are you going to have?
5 or 10 minutes. I hesitate to say it because I'm afraid that I will misrepresent something, but I really don't think I'll have more than that.
Okay, and then I take it you're going to have some more, Mr. Administrator? So is everybody good or? Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. My next question to you was, so you have reviewed questions on behalf of both plaintiffs and defendants who have come to you?
I have.
Okay, it's not, you haven't just rendered care or opinions on behalf of hospitals?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you know that if you offer an opinion in a case, you might end up sitting where you are now, under oath, either in a deposition or on trial, right?
That is always in the back of my mind, yes.
Okay. And you know that if you end up there, you're going to have to tell the truth. You're under oath, right?
Absolutely.
And if you don't really believe in the opinions you're giving, that's going to be a problem, isn't it?
I don't want to put myself or the patient or the attorney, anybody in that position where we're not telling the truth. No.
Okay. In this case, you're on that stand because you truly believe, according to your education, training, and experience, that the care of the nursing staff here met the standard of care.
Yes, I do.
You were asked some questions about, whether you spent a lot of time reviewing plaintiff's reports. In this case, each of plaintiff's experts filed 3 separate reports, didn't they?
I don't want to speak, I can't, because I didn't spend time with Dr. Burdine, so I don't really want to speak to that. But I recall that the nurse Eichinger had a report and then she's had rebuttals, yes.
Okay. You were also shown a package insert, it looks like, of a medication, morphine?
Yes,
Okay, and we were asked some questions about that. Did that package insert say anything at all about dosages?
it does not appear to have dosages on it at this glance. No, I don't see something off right here.
Do all medications have potential side effects?
I would say yes.
Okay. If I looked at a package insert for Tylenol, is it going to give me some adverse effects that are potential?
Yes,
Okay. If I look at a package insert for any number of medications, maybe even Tylenol, is it going to warn me of the potential for death?
Potentially, depending on the medication.
Yes, you were also shown something on that package insert that said that one of the things nurses were to do, or clinicians were to do, were follow signs and symptoms, follow 4 signs and symptoms of respiratory depression. Remember seeing those, being asked those questions?
To monitor for those signs and symptoms, yes. Mhm.
And in fact, I think you had said in this case that you had looked at the records and at no time did Grace have respiration rates that were even in the normal range, much less the subnormal range, including at all times after the morphine was administered on the 13th.
I didn't see any respiratory rates that would align with what you would see in a patient experiencing respiratory depression.
Right. In fact, at no time did the morphine or any of those even bring her down to a normal rate. She was always a supra-normal rate, always above what would be normal, never below.
She remained tachypnic, yeah.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you had testified that these medications were commonly used in an ICU setting together. You know that because of your personal experience. You've done that yourself.
Yes, I have given all 3 of these in concurrent with each other, yes.
There are patients out there right now in ICUs throughout the country that are receiving these 3 medications. Do you have any discomfort saying that?
I would have no discomfort giving all 3 of these medications now.
You were also asked some questions about, it was a reference in your report where you said something about it being profoundly illogical to reverse a medication agent that had the intended effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular case, because you were referring to a medical record which showed that just prior to the administration of the morphine, Grace was breathing at 51 times per minute, and she had an oxygen saturation recorded of 51%. You recall seeing that medication, that record?
I do.
And then after the medication was given, after the morphine was given, the next record, which was taken maybe about 20 minutes after the administration of the morphine, showed a respiratory rate of 35 and an oxygenation of 98%. You recall seeing that?
I do.
Okay. The numbers we saw before the administration of the morphine were profoundly bad, were they not? Both 51 breaths per minute and a 51% SpO2. Those are dangerous numbers, are they not?
I would say so, yes.
And then 20 minutes after the administration of that medication, the respirations were better at 35 rather than 51, right?
That's an improvement, yes.
Still too high, still much higher than normal, but much better than 51.
I would agree.
And instead of a 51% SpO2, she had a recorded 98% SpO2, which is a good number.
That is,
Okay, so if we're looking at the difference between these two records, the one that was done right before, that was taken right before the administration of morphine, and the one right after, we see that indeed, comparing these two records, that morphine actually did have a beneficial effect on it. Did it not?
that was my interpretation of the vital signs, yes.
And it would be profoundly illogical, as you said in your report, to try to reverse a medication that had the intended effect.
I didn't see the logic of trying to reverse a medication that was demonstrating that it was benefiting her.
Okay. And you had also mentioned that you believe Grace did have an advocate at all times. We know her father and sister were present at various times. Yes?
Judge, this line of question is all cumulative.
I agree, sustained.
Okay.
You can ask new questions, Attorney Frank Kowiak, but it seems like we're covering the same ground.
That's all I have.
Okay, Attorney
Thank you.
Guzzi,
Questions, Your Honor?
administer.
My question. Is it a deviation from acceptable standards of care to fail to place a purple do not resuscitate bracelet on a patient when the hospital policy dictates?
Objection, improper standard.
Can I hear that question again?
He's going to read back the question, and then no matter what the objections are, you're going to answer it. So, okay, go ahead.
I would say that, I mean, if that's part of the hospital's policy, then yes, it should be followed. So yes,
Thank
that
you.
would be something they
Thank
should
you.
do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Do any members of the jury have questions for this witness? There are, looks like 3, so just keep your hands up so the bailiffs know who you are. For 4, we'll circulate those, and then we'll ask those questions and then do any follow-up, and then we'll be done for the week. As those are being circulated, I just want to spend a couple minutes talking with the jurors about what you can anticipate next week. Monday, I think I've already mentioned to you, is just going to be another normal day, so we'll start at the normal time. We'll go up until 4 o'clock, I would think, and then we'll have a better idea on Monday on what Tuesday is going to look like. But I think it's probably going to be much the same, and maybe we're done earlier on Tuesday, but we'll know more on Monday. One thing I'd like to just throw at you now that you can think about during the week is when you begin deliberating in this case, it's very likely that you're going to deliberate into the evenings or in the evening, depending on however long it takes you. And I'm not going to rush you. But I can just say that, if, right now, if I were you, you might want to think about clearing your calendars on next Wednesday evening and or Thursday evening. You're not going to be deliberating on Monday or Tuesday. But if things go as planned, I could see you begin deliberating on Wednesday. And if you're working into the evening, that's something you can just think about. Or you might start deliberating on Thursday. And if you're deliberating on Thursday, you might be working into the evening. When you begin deliberations, what that means is you have no contact with the outside world. And I'll remind you of this next week. But you're going to be in the room deliberating, and you won't have your phones, and you won't be making calls or taking calls. So whatever those plans are in your personal life, you just want to start thinking about now, so that it's not an issue then. And I thought I'd give you that heads up today, so you can kind of have the weekend to think through that. Again, I think it would either be Wednesday night or Thursday night if it goes into an evening. The attorneys and I are going to try hard to get you the case around the noon hour or early afternoon, so that you have several hours before like dinner time. And so you may not go into any evening, but if you do, that's what it would look like. I also just want to remind you that over the weekend, no independent research, no looking into any issues or looking into anything associated at all with this case. no communications with anyone about this case. No, if you hear something or see something either on the news or at the local restaurant that you're at tonight, you know, your obligation is to walk away from it and then report it to the bailiff on Monday morning. I think I told you this last Friday, but you know, my years of doing this, it just seems on weekends, things happen more than on a Tuesday night with what I just mentioned. So I always just like to remind you, just be extra cautious, and you know, it's a longer period of time, but the rules are the same.
I was just gonna ask, would you be willing to let the jury know that they're not gonna have to be sequestered like in a hotel? I mean, sometimes they see movies and think that.
Yeah, when we haven't talked about that yet, so I didn't know what the position of each of the parties are, but I don't anticipate doing that in this case. And so, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But once we talk about it, but if, I think what would happen, let's just say on Wednesday night, if you weren't able to come to a verdict, there is an option that we'd let you go home, and then bring you back on Thursday morning. Okay, so in 20 years of this, I've never had a jury stay overnight in a hotel or have them be sequestered like that. And I don't anticipate this being the first time, but I hadn't had that conversation with anybody, and I don't want to put any of you in a tough spot as counsel. So I'd at least listen to what they have to say. But I wouldn't anticipate that. But I do have a practice that if we can work into 7 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night, that is better a lot of times. And a lot of times I'll defer to you guys. I'll say, I'll have the bailiff take a question back in saying, do you want to be back here in the morning, or you want to try for another hour? I've been here, I think as late as midnight with verdicts, or into midnight or a little past midnight, but it's always at that point, I'm asking the jury what they prefer, because you have a better idea of what's going on in that room than what I do. And then we're just accommodating you. I'm going to mark as Exhibit 566, the questions from juror 630. Exhibit 567, questions from juror 386. Exhibit 568, the questions from juror 262. All right, I'm marking as Exhibit 569 the questions from juror 587, and Exhibit 570. Actually, I'm going to staple together the 2 pages, and both of those are from juror number 587. We'll do a sidebar in just a minute, but some of the questions are the following. In your experience, would the number of times in which the conversation about the family not wanting the patient to be intubated, as noted in the medical records, be a reasonable amount of times for the discussion to be had?
Okay, so is the number of times that that conversation took place reasonable? I mean, I think it was addressed more than probably I've seen in my experience. I think they brought it up time and time again. trying to be, as I mentioned before, proactive instead of reactive. I think that they recognized that it was trending in a dire direction, and I think that they broached the subject time and time again. Maybe even present, that now look at our BiPAP numbers, look at our vitals numbers, look at where we're at. That, as we keep bringing this up, it's more data to kind of, reinforce the issue of that this young lady needed to be on a ventilator. So I think that it was actually probably brought up more times than I've experienced.
Question that's sort of associated with that last one is, with this number of conversations that they had, would it be reasonable to assume that the doctors and nurses understood that the family understood what they wanted from these conversations and what they meant, all having to do with DNI or do not intubate?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, and I try to
want to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking me.
Yeah, and I'm trying to read it the way they have it.
Sure.
With this number of conversations that they had, would it be reasonable to assume that the doctors and nurses understood that the family understood what these conversations meant, meaning that the family understood these conversations to mean do not intubate, DNI?
It was the way that I read it in the record was that, yes, they were very adamant, the family, that they did not want to put her on a ventilator, that was clear from the very beginning when she was at her most stable point up until the day of October the 13th. So I think that with these many conversations, that stance never changed. And so I think that it was very clear to the many nurses and the many physicians taking care of her that stance never changed once during this whole admission. They did not want her on a ventilator.
Could the BiPAP, often used for a long time, make your nose bleed? I think I misread this. Could the BiPAP, after used for a long time, make your nose bleed?
So I imagine that could be a side effect. However, one of the things that you can add to certain BiPAP machines is to humidify the air that's actually going into their nose. You can do it even with a simple nasal cannula. So just the little prong that's hooked up to wall oxygen, you can attach a bottle of water that is specialized for respiratory that warms that air so it blows in, so it makes it a little less dry. So you have the ability to do for certain BiPAPs that you could humidify so that would help mitigate the risk of drying out the inside of their nose that could lead to a nosebleed.
The next question asked if I would hand to you Exhibit 31, which I'm doing. And that, as you know, is part of the medical record. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And the question is, in Exhibit 31, can you help the jury understand why there is a second administration date and time?
Sure. Okay. Is that something you want me to hold up to them, or you want to put on the screen so they can see, or do they have it in front of them? So
they've seen it. So.
They've seen. Okay. So what we see here is we have an administration date of 10/13 and a time of 8/15. And then we have Nurse McGinnis's user ID, and given it says a letter Y. So what that tells me is, as we were talking about a little bit ago, that late entries were put in. So this morphine was given as a verbal order. Dr. Shokar said to her, I want you to give her 2 milligrams of morphine. So she went, she got the medication, she gave it to Grace at the time of 8:15. She didn't get a chance to sit down in front of the computer and document it, so we have a record that it was done until that time of 8:30, or excuse me, 6:30, 18:30. So that's why we see it in parentheses there. So the first time that we see is when the medication was actually given to the patient, and then that delay is the time that it took her to finish giving it, finishing her care, get to a computer, sit down, log on, and then go ahead and have this documented into the record.
There was a nursing note on October 11th, which the jurors have heard, that wasn't recorded until October 15th. do you have any opinions as to why this was?
I could speculate that it might just not have been officially signed. I know in the charting system that I use at my own hospital.
I want you to, there's an objection, and I think
I'm
you're
sorry.
twisting the question. So I don't want you to assume anything other than what the testimony's been and what this question is.
Okay.
Okay. So, and the question is, if a nursing note on October 11th wasn't recorded until October 15th, do you have any opinion as to why this was?
The only opinion I would have is if the charting system allowed you to pen a note and then go back and sign it. You often see that with a lot of doctors' documentation as well, that they'll kind of write up a lot of notes, maybe during the day or something, go do patient care, and then they'll go back and later sign them. Sometimes, maybe even after midnight. So sometimes you'll see the dates, a little discrepancy in the dates because, again, they're prioritizing patient care. So my opinion on that would be, in my experience, whenever I've seen a discrepancy of that, it was penned and not signed at the same time.
And if that wasn't the testimony, would you have any other explanation?
That's the only thing that I can think of at this time that would account for that.
Okay. Are you concerned about accuracy when something is written 4 days post the events being described?
I would say not necessarily, because if you think about what a nursing schedule looks like, it's a unique job in a sense that they don't work every single day. Nurses typically work 3 shifts is considered full-time, 3 12-hour shifts is considered full-time equivalency. So it would not be unique that somebody could have worked on the 11th and then been off for several days. They get back, they log into their charting, and oh my goodness, this is still popped up, and this is something that I thought maybe I hit send or publish, and I guess didn't take. So to have a gap in time, I wouldn't necessarily be overly concerned right off the bat, no.
In your opinion, nurses should never discuss a DNR, which was already entered in the chart, with the patient or the power of attorney? Question mark.
Yeah, again, just because it's the type of conversation that it can be very emotionally charged. There can be a lot of people providing input. So the doctors are better equipped. They're trained to have those conversations. There's topics like that when we're given our nursing education that we're encouraged not to bring up. Organ donation, for example, being another one of those. We're not supposed to broach a family and say, hey, let's talk about this topic. That's more of a physician-driven conversation because it involves so much thought and so much care, and the doctors most of the time are trained better to kind of explain what resuscitation would look like, what potential outcomes of resuscitation would be. So yes, we might do CPR. Yes, we might put them on the ventilator. But in my experience, this could be the long-term effects of those decisions. So that's why we tend to let them be the driving factor in those and let them be the ones who initiate and have those conversations.
All right, counsel, if you can approach quickly.
Patients from little itty bitty babies to
it's one nurse to one patient. And understanding that I'm going to ask things in a standard of care. Okay. The question is, would it be standard of care to bathe, change bedding, change gown, and clean up any bowel movement issues, including having garbage or clothing removed from the room? How soon should the room and environment be made to be fresh? How often? What amount of time? Is this a normal expectation?
Yeah, so it absolutely is a normal expectation. A little bit of the exact timing is going to fall to maybe the hospital and the way that they have maybe things organized or laid out. But if a patient is incontinent, absolutely, you wouldn't delay care and just say, well, I'll do it later. You would clean them up. And then again, depending if it was a patient, you could clean up by yourself. You could do it right away. It might take a few minutes if I had to get a helper, because maybe if my patient was on a ventilator, couldn't turn themselves, I'm going to need somebody to help me roll them over so I can do the cleaning and the changing of the linens while they're helping to hold the patient in place. So it would be reasonable to expect it to be done in a timely fashion. And then typically you remove linen bags. Every unit I've ever worked on, any hospital I've ever worked on, has a dedicated soiled utility room. And that's a room where you can put bags, and we have different bags for different things. Linens are one, regular trash is another. We have biohazard bags, et cetera. So to clean up that and dispose of it, and it's not like they're having to go out to dumpsters or something far across. There's going to be a place pretty close by where they can dispose of that. So it's not remaining in the patient room.
Did you read any testimony by Jessica Vanderheiden, which was Grace's sister, which stated Grace did not receive this kind of care or environment improvements by Nurse McGinnis or other staff? Did you know about that?
I don't recall anything right now that says that I could refer to that there was a delay in any sort of hygiene care. That doesn't come to mind right now.
Do you have any experience with Down syndrome patients?
I can recall taking care of a Down syndrome patient at one point in the ICU during my career. There's one patient that comes to mind, yes.
What would be any differentiations in the standard of care between that type of patient, a Down syndrome patient, and a regular patient? That's the way it was asked.
Okay, so again, it was alluded to that there might be some anatomical differences, like we were kind of talking about the shape of the ears. So anytime you have a patient with maybe an anatomical difference, you want to try to modify your equipment or your treatment if you can, so that it's most effective to them. In Grace's case, there was concern that, she maybe cognitively was not what her biological age was. And so that having family at the bedside to kind of help maybe explain or have them be there with her would have been beneficial. So that was kind of another consideration that I think was taken into account with her condition.
Do you know if a Down syndrome person has different respiratory or blood pressures that differ from a normal patient?
Nothing that I've ever seen or read has suggested that there would have been maybe a difference in blood pressure. Sometimes based on body habitus, sometimes you do see the patients have sleep apnea, and at times maybe use like a home CPAP machine. That's the only difference I've seen with respiratory, but I've never heard of anything that would involve blood pressure, no.
Should a feeding tube, an NG feeding tube, be administered sooner than October 13th?
Well, I think that's kind of an interesting question, because I think the goal was to, if we can, the goal of any sort of care is if we can get you back to what your baseline is what you came into the hospital, that's the goal. So if you didn't come in on oxygen, if we can send you home off oxygen, great. If you didn't come in with a feeding tube, hopefully we don't have to send you home with a feeding tube, that kind of thing. So I think the initial hope was that she might end up trending better, that they wouldn't have to need the BiPAP as frequently or as consistently, and that she could just take traditional oral intake. That's what I think as far as the early days. Once things started to kind of move in a different trajectory, I think they were also starting to anticipate that there was a risk of aspiration with having the feeds on the BiPAP. And so they were exploring different options. So I know on October the 8th, she had what they call a PICC line placed, which is kind of that specialized IV catheter. One of the things that you can do with that is you can technically provide nourishment to a patient via their IV. It's called parental nutrition, so it's kind of outside of what the gut would be. So I think that that was another thing from what I discerned from looking at the records, that was something else in the back of the mind, that when we place this PICC, now that could be a potential that we might have to start nutritional supplements and try to nourish her through this IV line if we're not going to be able to feed her the traditional way. So I think that the ball was rolling earlier than the 13th. Even though that was the day that the NG tube was placed.
I'm not sure if you answered the question. So should a NG feeding tube have been administered sooner than October 13th?
I think the discussion was approached earlier. I recall documentation. Should it have been placed? I think that there was a real concern of aspiration. So I think that they were trying to see if she could turn the corner before the 13th. And then when I think they realized that they couldn't, then the decision was made. So I think that they were trying to have other options before putting a tube down her nose, because that was uncomfortable and probably would have caused more agitation. So do I think before the 13th? Not necessarily, because I think they were trying to give her a chance.
On our end, you questioned the doctor's orders as in conflict with standard of care. Would you challenge or discuss it with the doctor?
Yes.
Okay, and then let me just ask the next. So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Have you ever done that? Yes or no?
So one of the tools that at the hospital I work at, we have safety tools of like every month. And one of them that they have is called ask with a questioning attitude. So meaning just, if you want to clarify something, then go ahead and do it. And I have done that before with an order just to make sure, is this the right dose? We had one that just the number looked very off to me. It was for administration of IV fluids. And just, typically you see it as maybe 50 milliliters, 100 something. This number was a completely wacky number, and it just looked very odd to me. So I ended up calling the doctor to confirm, is this truly the dose and the rate that you want it to go at? And he actually clarified it. So that's one example.
If you can't reach a doctor in those situations, would you go to a supervisor or other doctor that's higher up for this concern?
Her. The other thing that stood out, the dose and the rate that you want it to go at, and he actually clarified it. So that's one example. Informed consent duty with regards to resuscitation.
Or turning off all medications or feeding tubes and explaining that process to the family?
I know that the nurse Eichinger alleged that, the idea of comfort care was she felt that was broached. However, I didn't see anything in the records that showed me that they weren't giving care up until the evening of, October 13th, that they didn't stop providing medications, treatments, care. So no, I didn't see any evidence that they were discussing withdrawal of care in the records.
And as a nurse, you wouldn't be involved in the DNR discussions with the family or like euthanasia or what to do in those situations? That's gonna be up to a medical doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the jurors? Any follow-up, Attorney Francolia?
Just one. You were asked a question about whether or not a Down syndrome patient might be different, or whether you've ever cared for a Down syndrome patient. There were no concerns about the care of Grace in this case that you noticed simply because she was a Down syndrome patient. The hospital met the standard of care without regard to whether she was a Down syndrome patient.
I didn't see that there was any issues with her having Down syndrome in the care that was provided, no.
Okay, that's all I have.
Attorney Guzzi? Attorney Administrator?
No questions, thank you.
All right, I will receive exhibits 566 through 569. Those are the jurors' questions. At this time, we're done for the week. I mentioned to you what we'll do on Monday and what you can anticipate during the week, and sort of the rules over the weekend. Thanks for sticking around, during this last bit just to finish it off. And if you have any questions, let the bailiff know. We'll see you Monday morning. The jurors are excused, and Ms. Davis, you may step down too. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everyone may be seated. This is a hearing outside the presence of the jury. Is that somebody's backpack down there? Okay. Exhibits 95, 96, and 70, I think are new exhibits, but 70 was also used, so I'll receive those. Any objections? And the clerk just said 93, so 93 will be received as well. Those were all just the exhibits that we used. We had one sidebar regarding 569, and Attorney Guzzi, I think you were concerned with the questions which are on page 1, and we talked about futility, and I sort of framed those into that last question that it's a medical doctor. Okay, anything else about that sidebar? Sure. Attorney Frank Kodiak, anything on that sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney Administrator?
No, sir.
Okay, yes.
I didn't hear right at the end of Cross, there was a question about ban, whether it was standard of care, a violation of standard of care to place a ban, or fail to place a ban on the risk of hospital policy. I objected. I didn't hear whether the court ruled on the objection, because Attorney Frank Koyak asked for the question to be read back. I overruled
On it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I will allow everybody to, I'm sure you guys are going to blow up portions of the transcript and your closing arguments, so you can argue it both ways. I think your objection was misstates the standard.
No, well, the statement of objection was violation of.
Okay, well, then that's an easy one.
You could do standard of care with policy.
I was getting at it. So that question had both the standard of care and the policy.
But the question was, is violating the policy, is that a breach of care, or breach of the standard? And the motion specifically, and I believe Your Honor's ruling was, it can be used for other policies can be used for other purposes, not to establish standard of care, and that's what that question did.
With you, and I thought it was proper given her testimony on direct examination. As we said at that sidebar, I thought she went into a lot of areas that sort of seemed outside of her expertise, but there was no objection. So I allowed a lot of cross-examination on areas where she was being pushed a little bit, but that's the reason I did that, including that question. Okay, so Monday morning, 7:45, we'll meet here. Have a good weekend, everybody. We're adjourned. Oh, it's going to start like an hour. That's all right.